Hello everybody and welcome to the third and final asterisk video that I'll be making on Final Fantasy XIV 1.0. So let's just log in and see what we've got now. What's on the agenda today is, so in the first part we looked at the UI, we looked at the logistics of getting it installed, the story of the game. In the second video I made, we did the intros, we looked at the Limsa Lominsa story, bits and pieces of the Ul'dah story, like the good cutscenes, basically. We did a world tour. We showed off, you know, what the world maps were like and the experience of actually traveling the world. You know, it's got this big impression of being this really big, amazing thing, but then actually, you know, it was pretty barren. In this final part, we're going to be continuing along with the story now, and we're going to see, basically, as far as I'm concerned, all the good bits of the story. Well, okay, no. In the previous part, we saw some good bits. But in terms of, like, the transition from 1.0 into 2.0, the really cool stuff about, you know, Dalamud falling and Bahamut. This is all stuff that I'm basically blind on, by the way, and I'm very excited to see. That's what we'll be doing here today. And, you know, if we have time for a couple of other little things, then I'll run through them. Now, I've got some screen grabs for you from Wiki. Surprisingly hard to just figure out, like, a quest list and an order of how things were and what people did. It's quite interesting. I've learned about a whole new trial called the Rivenroad, which hopefully I'll be able to show off here today. And, yeah, we're just going to kick back and enjoy the story, really. I don't know how long it will take, really. And hopefully meet Louis Soir at some point during this as well, because we've heard hide nor hair of him. We've seen young Minfilia, and I've got a real kick out of that. And we've seen young Tataru and all that so far. But, yeah, there's still big bits of the story we haven't seen just yet. So I'm going to log back in on Podly. Oh, yeah, so what I did yesterday is I played the Gridania opening as well, which is fairly interesting. It's not as good as the Limsa one, probably. I mean, you're literally just standing around in Gridania. There's another, like, little mock battle. I don't know. I'd love to come back to Project Meteor down the road when it's more complete, when you can actually level up, when there's lots of combat, lots of things you can do. I think that would all be really cool. But to be honest, guys, I mean, I don't think anyone's actively working on the project right now. Hold on, we've got to shift the client slightly over a little bit. There we go. So I don't know. Oh my god, we're on the boat again? Really? Oh god, the latency as you move around. It's just wild. Every time I log in, I'm immediately reminded of it. Also, it's so hard to move the UI to where I want it. Alright, so I guess we'll be warping. Now, I could warp straight back to the inn again, but what I'd like to do first, I guess, is let's just warp somewhere else. Anywhere else, I suppose. Actually, here's a fun idea. So, I've been looking at the trials. There's this thing, the Rivenroad. And we can just teleport straight to the arenas. So, let's just see what that looks like. So, we'll go 239. This is going to be the Howling Eye. 1400, sorry. 310 minus 295. Can I just say hello to everybody in the live chat as well here? So, let's just get off the boat via this. And let's see what we've got here. This is the Howling Eye, apparently. This is where you fight Garuda. Oh my god, look, the long distance view is really weird. It's like all culled in. Actually, now that I think about it, where do you fight Garuda in 2.0? It's like out in the middle of nowhere, right? Really? This is cool. You get the stones again that I guess you hide behind while you're actually fighting her. Obviously, she's not actually going to have spawned here. But yeah, as for why the commands stopped working yesterday, I have no idea. When I relogged, they were working again, so it must have just been something odd that I did at some point, which just like disabled them or did something weird. So here, what I'll show you guys, right, just to give you an overview as to what we're doing here today. Thank you for the gift subscriptions there, John. That's really lovely of you. Thank you very much. Here, I've got some images. Now, this picture here, guys, doesn't look like much, but this basically shows the structure of the 1.0 story. Okay, so at the top, and by the way, the regular Final Fantasy XIV wiki that I use to get information on the game, and the good one, actually has less information, as far as I can make out, about 1.0 than this old one, this other wiki does. This is like the wiki, but it's got more info on it, it seems, for this. So check it out. You've got the main scenario. There's the Limsa story, which we've seen, the Ul'dah and the Gridania ones. 3 branches, 4 quests apiece. Technically only 3 quests, because let's be real, the first one's just the tutorial. They're long enough quests. I mean, Jesus, the Limsa one had, what, like 13 cutscenes or something in it? So, long enough. Then below that, you've got that box there. and that says the path of the 12 or whatever. So that is the storyline we started in the last part, and we'll be continuing. This is the creation of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. This is meeting Minfilia. Everybody kind of unites. So for release, that was it. It was the 3 openings and then the path of the 12. There you go. You're done. And, you know, very, very minimal. Really not much of a story. Even if you consider, like, the grinding for levels and stuff to be a big part of the game and the experience. It's crazy how little there was. Then there's the Grand Companies. Each Grand Company has its own story. Now, I don't know. We're going to go to the inn in a second. I don't know whether I can pull these up. You might look at those Grand Company stories and dismiss them and think, oh, they're just going to be random whatever kind of stories. But no. What these are, guys, these are where you get the story of Dalamud. These are the stories that closed down 1.0 and introduced us to 2.0. And surprisingly, it took me a while to, like, suss that out from Google. I was like, where? Because, like, but in preparation for this video, I was, like, looking ahead and thinking, okay, where exactly do we get the story? Like, I skimmed ahead in the Path of the 12 stuff. And I was like, wait, but Louis Soir's not here. What's going on? Where is it? Where is it? And so, it's those Grand Company stories that gives it to you. Now, I have a little worry that maybe I can't watch those in the inn. That would be awful. So, as a potential, just in case we might need it, I have gone ahead. Now, remember, my original idea for the series was to go to this website here. I think they're called KC. They got their name down there at the bottom. Sorry, Kasia. Kasia Elgin hosts this amazing website, Final Fantasy XIV Cutscenes. Anyone who's interested, they have an archive on there of a bunch. And push comes to shove, right here in this video, I will watch some of these. So I just want to say thank you to them. And, you know, people, you can go check out their website. You can drop them a message at Gmail as well, which is what I did a few weeks ago, a few months ago. So, yeah. So, basically, guys, we're going to finish the Path of the 12 stuff here at the start. And then we're going to see if we can get the Grand Company stories. Again, they're all fairly short. But there you have it. So I just do want to express, though, since that's the overall gist of what I want to do. I do want to show you, though, that this was the instanced content, as far as I can see, a list of everything that was in the game. There were, and correct me if I'm wrong, so much of what I've been saying in this series, you know, I'm out of my depth, I don't know. But it looks like there were 4 instance dungeons. Now, remember, there were a lot of open world dungeons. But there were instance ones, the Thousand Moors of Toto Rack, Cutter's Cry, the Dismail Darkhold, and the Aurum Vale. And we've seen those on the in-game world map. And, you know, they all came back in 2.0. They've all been remade in 2.0, which is quite cool. The Aurum Vale in particular is very, very similar. Then you had Trials. So, there's Thorn March, skipping down slightly. There's Thorn March, the Bowl of Embers, and the Howling Eye. That's Ifrit, Garuda, and, Good King Mogulmog, actually, I think is the other one. Because remember, they skipped Titan because of the earthquakes, as we've said before. So there were those 3, and apparently they were really hard. I don't know. I mean, we're in-game right now. This is the Howling Eye that I'm in right now. But interestingly enough as well, look at this. There's... I don't know what the top one is. Castrum Novum Transmission Tower? There was a trial for that. I don't know what that is. Maybe that's a part of the Grand Company story we'll get. Then there's the Rivenroad. The Rivenroad is crazy. It's the boss battle against Nail Vandanus. And it's wild. You see, like, Dalamud falling in the background. Rivenroad... So, basically, everything's been remade into 2.0. Except the Rivenroad. There isn't a Rivenroad in 2.0. Which you might think, oh, that's a shame. But, I've mentioned this a few times. In 2.0, there is the raid storyline, the Coils of Bahamut. And one of the fights in the Coils of Bahamut is an homage to the Rivenroad. So... what my dream would be is to actually see the play the Rivenroad in 1.0 and then go to 2.0 and see the new edition. We'll see what we can get out of the cutscenes, but the story will show us those. Then I don't know what these are. I don't even know how to say the words. The Celia Days, Hope's Burn, Turtleback Island, and Locke's Lie. I genuinely have no clue what those are. And then Hamlet Defense we read a little bit about. I guess they were instances as well. The Battle for Aleport, Hammer Mill. Is that what that says? It's the text is very small on my screen because I have to use display caption. It's a little bit weird at the moment. And then the Battle of the Golden Bazaar. So, not sure about what some of these are, but that's kind of the full scope of the thing. I'll also note there is one more storyline that is not included on this list here. There's another storyline. It's the Hildebrand storyline. So, this is probably the last video I'll do on 1.0, but maybe one day we can come back and look at the Hildebrand thing and do it as a members thing again, maybe. I think that might be kind of fun. And, you know, obviously that I could put up on Patreon as well. So we'll see. I think that's about it. Oh, yeah, no, talking about the full scope of the thing, I wanted you guys to have a sense of what the full game was here. So there were some side quests as well. There's side quests for each of the classes, each of the jobs. There were some side quests in various regions, so like Careless, Gridania, Limsa, Ul'dah. Hildebrand's listed there. There were seasonal events and quests. I can't show all this off. There's a lot. It looks a bit bigger than it is, though. Like, I've looked in. I was like, oh, what quests were at Careless? That's interesting, right? Let's go look at what quests. And there's, like, 2, and they were really short. Or at least as far as the wiki's concerned. And it's, you know, generic kill 10 rat style stuff. But so it's, in some ways, this looks like a lot. But in other ways, I think, oh, my God, you know, this is an MMO that they released. And, you know, I've got a friend that I was showing this to last night, and he was like, oh, it was so long ago, so old, so this, so this. And it's like, to me, it's not that old, right? This is in the ballpark of SWTOR's release. This is in the ballpark of, you know, this is post Eye of the North. Guild Wars 2 was well on its way. Look at a game like Guild Wars 2, right? It's the same goddamn era. 1.0 is the same era. And you think about the number of dynamic events that they made there. Ignore the personal story, which absolutely destroys 1.0. Like, it's shameful, really. It is shameful how little. The fact that we can look at basically all the content in the MMO and sum it up so quickly, it's mad, really. Anyway, yeah, Disciples of the Land and Hand. And there you go, really. So that was the screenshot that I took for you all. And that's the game, really, in a nutshell. And we've glossed over a lot. Again, I have to recommend, there's a YouTube channel, a guy, he's called Slerp Lederp. It was through his videos, I got my own private server set up. He has done videos on all of this. And not just, like, silent watch-throughs of cutscenes often, although I think he has some of that. He, like, does commentary. He has, like, videos, right, where he's just running around in the world like this. Just talking. And, you know, not to be too critical of someone else or whatever, you know, it's not necessarily the most riveting commentary, because what can you talk about, really? But, like, he'll do an exploration of Careless, and he really went full on, you know? So, as someone who kind of likes chronicling things a little myself, you know, I think it's a cool channel. So, if you feel once you're done with my playlist here, you're looking for more, check that guy out. He himself hasn't uploaded in, like, a year. You know, it's weird. There's multiple levels of this all feeling like a bit of a ghost town, to be honest. I get the very strong impression that when Endwalker came out, there was a lot of renewed enthusiasm for this. And how I myself am only doing this is because of Endwalker, really, right? The big build-up to Endwalker. And now that Endwalker's done, I don't know. People have got a bit quieter about it. Oh, that's interesting over there. Let's see. So, speed 10. So my only anxiety, really, is that the commands are randomly going to stop working, which would not be very fun. Okay, I guess that was the entrance. So, yeah, I kind of just want to port to the Rivenroad and see what it's like there. Is that mad of me? Let's see, shall we? Warp. Rivenroad's map is 257, and we're just going to go to 000. Oh, God, I typed it wrong. That's not a P. That's a bracket. And we'll get to the inn and get the cutscenes going in just a moment here, really. Yeah, the Lord of the Rings online stuff that I played ages ago is older than this game. Yeah, exactly. It's, you know, I think it's very, very foolish to just say, oh, it was old, therefore it was allowed to be bad, or this, that, or the other thing. Oh, well, bad's such a poor descriptor, isn't it? To have minimal content or whatever. This is crazy! Look at this place! So this is where, what you're looking at here is the final boss arena. And well, let's just take this in here, because we'll watch the cutscenes associated with this in a minute. But this is the Rivenroad. This is where you'd fight Nail. I don't know the story context of why or how or when or whatever, but this is the place. And, you know, I can't recommend enough as well, just in general, just go to YouTube, type Final Fantasy XIV Rivenroad, maybe, and watch some old players try it out back in the day, you know? Because why not, right? And you've got to remember as well, this isn't 2010. This is right before it went offline. So this here, this is like... You know, Guild Wars 2 was out at this point. This is like Fractals of the Mists. It roughly lines up with that, probably. Somewhere around there. Anyway, there you go. So another thing I want to show you guys... To be honest, I just want to go to all these trial locations. 1 second, let's do one more. 240 2360 260 2200. Now this, oh god, it crashed us. Oh dear. Well, all right, let's not play around. That was supposed to be the bowl of embers. Oh Jesus. All right, well, this one started brilliantly as well, hasn't it? Oh no, there you go, guys. So I've done my best. Let's get in and watch some cutscenes now, shall we? Hold on, let me reboot it. It takes a little bit of aggro to reboot each time. I just resigned myself to the fact that there was probably going to be a crash before even starting here. I didn't think it would be in the first goddamn 5 minutes, but, you know, it is what it is. Oh, yeah, that place was kind of like the Fractal lobby. That's true, it was. It was very Fractal lobby-ish. Okay, I think we're good here. And here. And turn that off. Right, let's get back in. Come on, Podley. Let's experience the story. So far, where are we? We arrived on a boat at Lominsa. We heard a bit about a treasure, and I'm sure there was an intriguing story going on there with collecting the treasure over at Lominsa. I think we got injured some way. As the story was going along, we kept getting these weird flashbacks, like seeing people's pasts, and it was very strange and very odd. And eventually Minfilia came to us, and she said, hey, you have this thing called the Echo. Will you join us? We're an organization. We're called the Path of the 12. We believe that people who see this mysterious star shower are... oh, God, why isn't it loading? Ah, why? What? No, come on. No, you're not doing this thing to me again, are you? Oh, no. We've got the loading screen issue again. Ah. I guess we won't be doing it on Podly, guys. It's fine. We can go anywhere we like, and we can warp anywhere we like. It's really fine. Okay, I'll reboot again. Maybe we should see the Gridania. Is this the universe telling me to do the Gridania opening? Affinity. Not all processors. Just CPU 0, 1, and 2, please. Okay, go. Log in. Bing! That little bing noise you're hearing is the Square Enix logo appearing. I like all the crashes in a way. It gives me a sense, a little taste of what the 1.0 frustration was for these people, you know. So, here, look, I'll go new. Jesus, have we done basically every race at this point? I don't think you've seen me playing a Rogadin, or you did for a second, I guess. Here, let's start just for the novelty of it. So we could be Hellsguard. He looks very red. Let's do body one. Let's do like a gatherer of the hand or something. A class of the disciple of the land. That's what I'm trying to say. I didn't know you could play at Red Rogadin. Can you do that in 2.0? I mean, you could, because I said you can take the character data that you make here and port it in. So should we be a fisher, a botanist, or a miner? Oh my god, look at all the lore you get of each. Let's do fisher. And then that's my name day. Oh, we don't need to save that, that's fine. Wouldn't that be cool if you couldn't make like a Red Rogadin unless it was from this? Red Hulk Swin. There you go. It's lore accurate. And then we will begin. Let's begin in Gridania. I'll show you guys what this actual intro is like to play. Or should I do Ul'dah? Because, to be honest... No, let's do Ul'dah. I don't know whether it's implemented, but I've never done this one. So let's see. And besides, these cutscenes were all really cool. I want to play I want to see these cutscenes again. I know we watched them in the last episode. Skip ahead if you feel you must, guys. Podly went woke, now we went broke. Yeah. Oh, poor Podly. He was the early Tremor, right? I'm going to stick with that story, though, that Podley became Tremor. I think that's brilliant. Can you take character data from 1.0 instance and import into 2.0? Yes, you can, yeah, exactly. That's what I was explaining. Alright, let's watch this one more time, guys. I feel like I need to do at least 2 loops of it anyway to get it to stick into my mind.
Nothing like the feel of Ul'dah's sand. Except for Ul'dah's wine in your belly.
I wonder with the no loading screens thing how Ul'dah changes. Does that mean you can go into like the gladiator pit in this? Just always at any time? We hear the singing again.
I'll buy you anything you want.
You played Star Wars when you were in uni, so it's ancient in your mind? Oh god, really? That's how you know you're an adult, when your time at uni feels ancient. Yeah, actually, to be honest, guys, I'm going to tack on a little bit here. After we've watched this cutscene, I want to explore the town, because I haven't... Or at least, I want the novelty of walking out of the town. Because, I spent so much time in 2.0 at Ul'dah. Especially around, like, the Grand Company place. And playing it this way gives us a sense of when the cutscene ends and what you do in gameplay each time. Yeah, this thing about the star shower and, like, we believe that the gods sent it... I love this, that you see... I love that you see Thancred back there. You watched the FF14 2.0 intro 3 times and you barely remember anything? Well, nothing really happens in the 2.0 intro. You're just on a wagon and you just go to town, right? There's not much else there. So this is Minfilia. Father of the fireworks over already. What's next? What's next? Or Asilla, as she's known. It's funny that the Echo gives us this vision of them really early, right? See, it's funny the way that these cutscenes are cut, you know? You might assume that this is just that night. Oh shit, we're playing here! Oh, I'm glad I did this. Flowers for all. The main scenario quest has begun. Is it the parade? Is the parade next? Is everyone going to the parade? Oh, wow. Well done, you successfully moved the camera. What are you doing, silly? Come here, this way. Move to Asilla by dragging the mouse while holding down the mouse wheel. Yeah. Do you know what, guys? The intro, the Ul'dah intro is an Echo flashback. The first gameplay you get in Ul'dah is in the Echo. Now that's kind of fascinating, isn't it? Wow. Hello, stocky stranger. You're like me. Oh, he doesn't speak to us. See, I don't know how much this has been implemented. He doesn't have anything to say. Neither does this person. Does Asilla? Targeting friendly NPCs, yeah. Hello. She's speaking to Warburton. Wait, her dad's name's Warburton? Did you see the pretty lights in the sky? They're called fireworks. Wait, did she see fireworks or did she see a star shower? I've never seen them before. Father says they mark the beginning of the festival. Oh, isn't this all so wonderful? Wow, they make it so complex and easy to miss because you might think the star shower was fireworks. Open the main menu. Learn how to use the journal. Flowers for all. A mysterious dreamlike voice rouses you on your slumber aboard a chocobo coach. Coming to your senses, you find that you've arrived in Ul'dah. There you meet a cheerful young girl named Asilla from the same coach, who is caught up in the excitement of the ongoing festivities. Speak to the people nearby and see if anyone else heard the same strange voice that awoke you. Okay. And then, what is it? Escape to get out of that? Did you hear the noise? Have you ever been to Ul'dah before? No, neither have I. A voice? No, I didn't hear anything. All I heard was fireworks. They're pretty, but loud. See, each intro has its own like tricky little convoluted thing that would really throw you off the scent. Like for Limsa, you might genuinely think it is a siren that's singing, right? You heard a voice, eh? Hells, I hear lots of voices. It's called people talking. Bloody fool! Wow, what a dick. Oh look, this guy's loutish. Do you know what? Loutish is one of those words that I only ever hear paired with one other word, and that's prick, right? I would never think to say the word loutish unless I was going to say loutish prick. I don't know why those two are paired together for me. I've come to the big city to live the Ul'dah dream I have. I got a mind to send me ma back home a small fortune. The debauched demoness. Surely, meow, you didn't come all this way to watch the festivities alone, love. Perhaps we could enjoy some festivities of our own. I'd be happy to take your arm, and more, for a time. You deserve a proper welcome to Ul'dah, handsome lad that you are. Though, from the looks of it, you don't have the coin. A shame that. Oh my god, I've been approached by a prostitute in this one, within the first few seconds of the game. Gill-digging mistress. A strange voice. Maybe I heard it, and maybe I didn't. Who's asking, and what are you offering? Well, excuse my language then, dear, but bugger off. If there's no Gill in it, then there's no me in it. Right. Do you know what, guys? We're standing where that guy, you know, when Alphino's recruiting all the people for the Crystal Braves, and the guy says it's dodgy money? That's where we're standing. Oh. Just horrified at the thought that none of these loading screens are going to work. Oh, and now it's day again. Oh my god. Okay, so that's how they do it. That's very weird.
I've never seen one that close. It's enormous. We got that if that one got loose.
So you might just think the game's badly made or something, right? Or that, like, when you're in engine, you're getting the day-night cycle there, and then in the cutscenes, they don't understand what time of day it's meant to be. Like, they're hiding it in plain sight.
Come and get your
It's very clever.
flowers for all. Enjoy the festivities.
What kept you?
Oh, that's nice. I like that scene there when we're both big Rogadin. You can imagine his eye line would be in the same spot.
The parade is about to begin. Make ready. Now.
You got it, boss. Leave it to me. I won't let nothing go wrong.
Take it as a precaution.
Oh,
Whoa!
Let
Was
it
that?
go.
Whoa! No. Sorry. Yeah, that's what... I thought that was me for a second. I was like, holy shit, the Warrior of Light speaks in 1.0? Even if it's only just to say,
For me? Really? Thank you. Pretty, aren't they?
Oh, she's going to end up adopting you.
And make sure everybody gets one, all right? I will.
I will! Damn, Flamin's got it going on in this.
The famous songstress of Ul'dah. So flowers do grow in the desert.
Man, Thancred's story in Shadowbringers is going to be really sad. It's cool to see where he starts, you know. Man, the detail on the Gaboo is just amazing. The way its eyes close, it falls asleep. Is that Sid? No, no, no. I was going to say, I thought I could see Sid on the thing there. I love all this chaos about one Gaboo as well, you know, like... Let's say it's a mega one. So who is Neil? Does Neil die here? Like, I don't recognise that character from the later stories and stuff. He's Flamin's boyfriend and he doesn't die. Okay. It was Sid's dad. Oh, God. I wish I'd never talked about Sid's dad. Not for one moment of one day. Not everyone's a warrior of light, you know. These are just ordinary, weak citizens of Ul'dah. Sure, but they live in this world. They're not all completely inept just because they're not, you know, they don't have the echo. So, the first fight is the... Oh, wow. Okay, no, the day-night cycle thing is just... Wait, so the whole parade is an echo flashback. Even... Yeah, okay. It comes. Make ready. So, again, listen to the combat music here. I like it a lot. I feel like with the Orchestrion plugin, you could probably put it into the sequel. 2 modes, active and passive. Yeah, we know. And look, Neil Frayne is there as well. The thing is, I'm a fisher, so... What would I do here exactly? Focus. Keep the enemy in your sights. So then we target him. Like, as a fisher, I can't really fight, can I? So how was this doable? Then they teach me about TP. Teach me about weapon skills. Not that I have any. But I executed one. I like the idea that we're just casting a line in his face. We've defeated the escape Gaboo. The Rogadin animations are good as well. The running, the left and the right, the leaning. Yeah, reel him in. Yeah. So the fact it's nighttime versus daytime is just...
rather taken with me. Any idea why that might be?
That on my little server right now, it is nighttime in AL0 at the moment. I was looking to try and figure out the time command, but I couldn't figure it out.
Come on.
Let's go.
You all right, boss? What did I miss?
Yeah, okay, it's not Neil, it was the dad, yeah. What are the lyrics to this? Walk free, walk free. It's Heidling singing, is it? I obtain a Volodya Cosmos. Jesus. You defeat the escape Gaboo and find a Volodya Cosmos on its corpse. This is what's known as a quest item. Quest items are extremely important and therefore cannot be traded, sold, or discarded. What the hell is that, though? Here we go, we're in Ul'dah, baby! Yeah! Real Ul'dah! There's a high-spirited fellow. This guy here, I guess, continues my main quest. Flowers for all. Oh, I see. That's why it's called Flowers for all. Are you hurt? You don't look to be. Thank the gods for that. You're an adventurer through and through. I'll grant you that. If you've just arrived, you'll want to be headed to the quicksand. Sure. It's weird that the exclamation marks don't go away, you know. Oh, this is good. An adventurer, is it? Beggar of the realm, more like. Sod off. Only them that have coin can come down here. Count yourself lucky. This is him in a good mood. Best move along before he turns foul. Oh, so he's blocking me from traveling... Classic FF style. So I've got to get to the quicksand. A full-lipped filly. And a long-legged lady. Sorry, friend, you're not quite ready for what lies beyond here. Go and show yourself to Momodi at the quicksand. She'll set you on your way. Oh, God. Well, what way do you want me to go, then? Through here? There's no NPCs here to block me, so I assume this is the way to go. Oh, what do we think of the old Ul'dah music? People go on and on about the old 1.0 music in these places. Is that door going to open? No. Oh, the fountain looks more prominent, I'll say, at the very least, compared to in 2.0. The lighting as well. It's a lot darker, right? A lot heavier with the contrast. I can't actually press M to open my big map, by the way. Oh God, is this the right way? So obviously we can't jump down if we see like the gladiator's pit or something there. This is so not the right way. We're out in the front now. Hold on, I gotta do it, guys. Speed 10. Let's at least get a bit of movement speed going. Oh, we're near the Thaumaturge's place. Or the Black Mage's place. Oh my God, you can walk in here in 2.0. In 1.0. Whoa, this is cool. This is shut. In 2.0, that door's shut. This whole building is like made of like black obsidian. But I'm allowed in this time. Is this just the Thaumaturge's place in this? Here you go. This is one of the prayer things that I was talking about. You had to pray to those. There's like one to each god. And it was a part of the final release to bring your character along. Wow. There's no NPCs here. I don't know whether that's just a thing with the server. But like this is where the Calamity Salvager NPC is. Like stands there or whatever. Oh, you know what? It's occurring to me. The Aetherite is probably not at the same place, right? Oh God, we're back here now. The quicksand is over there. If you let me go through one of those hallways... Oh, what? Okay, I really messed that. I definitely messed that up because I was on the wrong side of those girls. Well, you just take me there. In the Limsa story, they just took me there. Like, I got TP'd there. Oh, it was here. Just go forwards. That was all we had to do. Okay, so we should meet Thancred here now, right? And maybe Minfilia as well. This is new. We never got to this cutscene in yesterday's part. I love the little black magey hat there. There she is. Well, well, if ain't another fledgling adventurer come to take on the world. You found your way to the quicksand, friend, named Momodi, if it please you, and it's my stock in trade to help out green adventurers such as yourself. Thought I've oft pissing my life away doing you wanderlusting types. Naught but a mind to travel round and see all there is to see, as you. Well, I know she couldn't be more right. Well, I know better than to try and stop you, what with the beast tribes out of late attacking small folk and whatnot. Hells, let's just say you do well to make sure you're prepared. There's naught you can't get your grubby paws on here in Ul'dah. Wealth, fame, glory, you name it. All here for the taking, and in spades at that. It's just a matter of how hard you're willing to work for him. What's that? Met with an accident already, did you? Oh, aye, the shackled beast from the parade. Word is all over town. I saw it myself as well, says Thancred. The monster broke free from its magical fetters, the good folk of Ul'dah ran for their lives, and general pandemonium was the order of the day. Only the gods know what might have occurred had I not come along. Is that so now, and who just might you be? Myself, I suppose any name's as good as another, though most call me Thancred. It's an honour and a privilege to make your acquaintance, my lady, and he gives her a flower. Oh my! And you go round handing out such valuable blossoms to every lady whose acquaintance you make? Only to those who rival the blossom's beauty, my love. After all, the true value of the flower lies in its power to move the heart to love and long, and in that it unquestionably takes after you. Well, well, quite skilled with them words, I see. Tell me, Thancred, you plan on gracing us with your presence for long? I confess, I thought the resources your land, a seduction at the Empire, would be unlike to refuse. And I had intended to quit this place with all haste for fear of a Garlean assault, But after meeting you, I fear my heart has mustered the courage to brave such perils. Again, see how they're introducing the Garleans very early. She says, your concern was misplaced from the start, Bard. If it comes to war with the Empire, as they say it soon might, Ul'dah will prevail. I have no doubt as to that. Soon, you say? The rumours of the war are true, then? There are whispers, aye. There always are. No reason to doubt their truth, so far as I can tell. Some folk seem to be of mind that the Garleans behind that rampaging beast at the parade. And he says, well then, there you have it. As wise as you are lovely, milady, I found myself feeling inclined to stay in Ul'dah for quite some time yet. If for no other reason than to compose a ballad of love in your honour. So I'm really confused right now. Is this the Echo or not? How was it little girl Minfilia that got attacked by the Gaboo? So we've got small talk, getting started, caught in the sands is the first quest here in Ul'dah, and off they go. Anyway, so I think we're free to explore now and do our thing. I was wondering if you could just walk up to the inn room, or just ask them to go to the inn room, but it doesn't seem to be right. I guess it's up those stairs there, but you can't go behind. What I'd like to do is walk out into the world. I think that would be really, really cool. So the quicksand's on my left. So this is kind of the main area. Oh, we can hear the airships above there. I like they're talking about maybe a Garlean invasion, and look at them looming over the city here. That's quite a moment. So that gate there, that's the way out. But it's closed. So I guess I'm still technically in an instance. I'm still back in time. I'm still in the Echo. Is that what's happening? And they won't let me normally walk in and out? What the hell's down here? Like, I still can't open my world map. And what's around here? This must be on the other side of that gate, surely. Aha! Oh, wow! So it's like double layered. That's crazy. Yeah, this is all not playable in 2.0. These extra corridors around the edge? Holy shit. It's like I'm playing Oblivion, you know, and, do I have all my stuff? Let's see. No. Oh, this is a bit of a shame, really. It shouldn't be too bad, though. We should still be able to TP to the inn and watch the cutscenes. When I used to mod Oblivion, you know, they had all, like, the lore version of the Imperial City that you'd see in, like, Daggerfall and stuff. And they, like, you know, with, like, the waterfront tunnel and stuff. And it was always so fun to add mods that would fully realize these places. And here it is, you know, kind of a similar thing. It's like, look at these. I mean, I know they're just empty corridors with absolutely nothing going on, but... Well, there you go. Right, so... Let's get on in with the story now. Let's return to where we were. So I am going to warp to... 244 warp 244 000. And here we are. And just out of curiosity, yeah, my stuff is still disabled. Oh, we can click map now though, but this is just this map. Oh no, that's alright though. So we do get to see the whole world again. I get too much enjoyment just staring at this. Nothing else. Alright, so the unending journey. Right, so we are... What I'm very curious about here. View my copy of the unending journey. So... If I go here, and then here... Right, so, Shapeless Melody, Treasures of the Main, Legend Adrift, Never the Twain Shall Meet. That's Limsa. Sundered Sky, Souls Gone Wild, Whispered in the Wood, Beacon of the Elementals is Gridania. Flowers for All, Caught in the Sands, Golden Sacrifices, Calamity Cometh. That's Ul'dah. So then, what we have here is Fade to White, Together We Stand. I don't know where this ends. I don't know when what the last... I guess we'll just watch through and see where we end up. Okay, so we did Fade to White and Together We Stand already. It was the introduction of the stuff, then the Sylph bit, Now we're on Toll of the Warden, okay? So Lady Minfilia asks us to visit the Ash Crown Consortium, a private organisation deeply involved in Eorzea's crystal trade. So this will be the introduction of primal stuff, I guess. There she is. Ah, Red, you must forgive me for having you come all the way to the Waking Sands, but given the gravity of the matter, I believed it prudent to speak with you in person rather than take over the aether. I assume you're familiar with crystals, the elementally charged clusters of concentrated aether which craftsmen employ in synthesis? Then you'll doubtless have gleaned on your travels that crystals can be difficult to procure, especially in the vicinity of the city-states, where demand is the greatest. Why did she call me Red? This shortage is what forces most guilds, to purchase the bulk of their crystals from beast tribes, who seem, for whatever reason, to possess them in abundance. Oh wow, that's a new detail. I didn't know that the beast tribes bought the crystals in bulk. And that is where a certain trading organisation known as the Ash Crown Consortium comes in. The consortium works as an intermediary between tribe and guild, supplier and buyer. Of late, however, their agents have reported that more and more beast tribes have begun to refuse all trade. Now, if this trend were to continue, it would not be long before the market price of crystals started to rise, forcing crafters to offset material costs by increasing the prices of their products, or risk going out of business altogether. Lest you wonder why such monetary matters need concern you, I should explain that the Ash Crown Consortium shares a similar goal that cherished by all who walk the path of the 12, namely, peace in Eorzea. And after the bravery and dedication you showed by aiding the Sylphs in Moonspore Grove, I thought that you might be interested in assisting our fellow organisation in their time of need. I've already sent a missive informing them of your imminent arrival. Tataru will provide you with directions to their headquarters. Wait, because my name is Red? Oh, you're right, it's Red. For some reason in my mind I was thinking it's Red Hulk, and then the Swin was the second name, but no. Yeah, and I was like, did they do that because my skin colour's red? Right, okay, so we experienced this, really, in 2.0, didn't we? We experienced, the gist of the idea that the beast tribes have a bunch of crystals and they're going to use it to summon a primal, I suppose. So, upon our arrival at the consortium, all the sylphs in the main hall shriek and run outside. That was pretty stupid. Why am I called Red? I just did comment in chat because your name's Red. Oh dear. Oh look, they shrieked and ran away. This place looks quite nice. Hold on, is this the wooden corridor in Gridania? The carpet's weirdly high res. It does seem to be, doesn't it? Yeah. So go speak with Hedin at the front door and let him know that we're here before someone calls the Halt Watch. So what does Hedin say to us? Might you be Red from the Path of the 12? I'm Hedin of Ash Crown Consortium, and I thank you for accepting this mission. I hope your journey from the desert city was not too taxing. The I hate this word. Interlocutors have been expecting you. This way, please. I don't even really know what it means. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Oh, it's my path companion. Red, I was beginning to worry that something had happened to you. And Shanga Mashanga says, well met, Red. Your companion has told me much about you. I am Shanga Mashanga, one of the consortium's two chief interlocutors. My associate here is... This one is Troxia of the Grove. Some more sylph stuff going on here. I'm embarrassed to admit, says my friend. I've never had the patience to take up a disciple of the hand. So I know little about crystals beyond the fact that many guilds are willing to pay good coin to those willing to sell them. It seems the consortium handles nearly all of the crystal trade in Eorzea, even though one of their interlocutors is, well... You look surprised, my friend. Did you not expect a sylph to be one of our leaders? Well, you need not apologise, for you are not the first, nor will you be the last. This is amazing. These guys aren't around in 2.0, so I guess that this might be a villainous plot or something, and they get taken down. I don't know. While many of the Ash Crown Consortium, while many know of the consortium, very few realise that it was the sylphs who founded the business many, many years ago. Now the network they so painstakingly built encompasses all the city-states of Eorzea. If it were not for the sylphs' pioneering efforts, The free peoples of Eorzea may never have succeeded in establishing trade relations with the other beast tribes. If one knows what a beastman wants, negotiation is simple. Was simple. Many things have changed of late. Perhaps you've heard of the Primals, or as the Empire has branded them, Icons. Now remember, that's because the Empire took that name from the Allagans, which used the same phrase. Of course, who hasn't heard of these gods, air quotes, the beast tribes have been trying to summon? It was discovered that the primal ones require crystals to maintain a foothold in the corporeal realm. This has made the tribal ones less willing to part with the items, less willing to trade. And to make matters worse, we have seen a marked change in their behavior. The tribes have grown more aggressive and violent. Many of our representatives, including Sylphs, have been injured during negotiations with our contacts. That is why we petitioned Lady Minfilia for assistance. So this is good. This isn't quite a nice, logical, easy way teaching us the crystals primal interaction, right? You mean for us to forcibly persuade your contacts to cooperate? Well, my companion and I have already taken on the Empire. What challenge could a few beastmen pose? Does that count, our little experience in the forest? Oh, no! Violence is not the answer. That is why these ones requested ones with the gift. Ones with the gift can understand. You mean the Echo? We cannot allow the Consortium's relationship with the tribes to grow any more volatile than it already is. That would only serve to hinder our ultimate goal of peace between the tribes and the cities. You have my apologies. I wrongly assumed you wished us to help you wrest the crystals away from the beast tribes by force. I concede that would not prove the most sensible of solutions, given our shared objective is peace. What would you have us do? Negotiate, parley, as only the Woken ones can. Shanga says there is a place in eastern Thanalan where the Emulger could converge to excavate crystals. A small party from the Consortium had already left for the location. We would ask you to join with them. A Lalafell and 2 Sylphs. 2 Sylphs and a Lalafell. Woken ones must find them. Find them and help them. Understood, Red. Make your preparations and meet me at the Aetheryte camp at Camp Drybone. We'll begin our search over there. So this is probably leading to Ifrit, right? It's weird how every cutscene with my path companion, they have to have this little moment where they explain, you know, why the companion's not walking with us. You know, he goes out the door first, the door closes, and now we can move, you know. Okay, they've been awaiting my arrival. So we arrive in Camp Drybone. I think this is cutscene 4. Here we are. Chit-chatting as we go. Did you hear something? Come, let us see what it is. Oh, this is quite cool. The walking ones must halt their walkings. These ones cannot allow passage into the caves. You must leave this place, travellers. Grave danger lies ahead. A bloody battle has broken out betwixt the Exile and the Emulger. This is funny, because in 2.0, I don't ever remember a moment where the two, like, tribes interact. The only scene I can remember that they're even near one another is the Garuda scene. Aren't there lots of them at the Garuda scene? 2 Sylphs, because when the Ultima weapon eats all the primals. 2 Sylphs and a Lalafell. You wouldn't happen to be the party sent by Ashcrown, would you? Why, yeah, we are, which would make you the party sent to aid us. You've arrived just in time. I was worried the 3 of us would not be sufficient to convince the tribes to lay down their blades. It looks like it's going to have to be a fight anyway. Alright, my Sylvan friends, now! Oh, what is this? Madness it is! This is an impassioned exile. Ashcrown devils. In the name of the 12 and all that is good, you must cease this folly at once. I like how they're petitioning the 12 against the beast tribes that don't... I guess they don't believe in the 12, right? The Exile and the Emulger are not enemies. Your enemies lie in the northeast, the Empire. They're the true threat to Eorzea. What will come of quarrelling amongst yourself? crystals needed to destroy the Empire. Take them from us, you do. Squawk? What have you done to forestall the Empire? Alamigo burns while you cower behind arbor boughs. Perhaps you are our true enemies. Oh, this is interesting. They're summoning primals because they're scared of the Empire. It's the Empire that's provoked them to do this. 2.0 is more about them versus the Eorzean natives, right? Another different song there. So we run off. Your path companion's nowhere to be seen. Your path link pearl, however, has begun to emit a soft glow. Answer the call. Your path companion has located an excavation site within a mesa. Travel to the location and rendezvous with your partner. You find the Ashcrown party already engaged in negotiations with a band of Amoldra in exile, though it does not seem that they're making any headway. Speak to the party leader. Nanabe claims that the two beast tribes are both on the verge of summoning their primals, which, if they're successful, would mean the death of all those in the Mesa Caves. You must stop the summoning by any means necessary, be it by force or persuasion. And then we succeed in stopping the ritual. The Beast Tribes all have a common quest line once you finish the Allied Societies for one patch. I like the one for ARR, it mentioned some of these things. Did it really? Yeah, I never covered that, actually. Your fault! These words hinder! Slay without them! Squawk! Silence is a pity you seek, for you'll find none here. Enough of your bickering! Both sides are bloody as butchers, with neither any closer to accomplishing that which you set out to achieve. You are unable to stop a mere handful of us from interfering with your petty squabble. What would happen if it had been the Empire who came calling? Fools, your intentions transparent. Convince us never. The world has forsaken us. We shall not submit to you or any others. Alone we stand, and alone we fight. And the Sylphs say, but alone, scaled ones will be dying. Must work together. Together these ones can defeat the Empire. Divided, these ones shall fall. Hear me. By allowing the consortium to oversee the flow of crystals in the realm, we can ensure their equal distribution to all. No single tribe will possess any more than another. You have worked with us before, you know what I say is truth. Absurd, enough of your trickery, Gridanian fools. Do you truly believe these sparrows can summon aught but a feeble fowl? Blasphemy! Destroy the Empire, Garuda shall. Keep her strong, the crystals will. Nay, as hardened steel is born from fire, so too is the strength of the almighty Ifrit. And this realm's crystals should be offered in his name alone. Bow, lowly birds, and perhaps you will be spared by his flames. First of all, I'm loving this. I'm loving that we're seeing the Beast Tribes actually, like, talk about each other's primals to each other. I think that's really interesting, and again, I don't really remember that in 2.0 anywhere. And the other thing I think is quite interesting is they suggest that sort of, like, an equal distribution of crystals among everyone means no one has enough to summon a primal. That also isn't really a plot thread I remember from 2.0. I like the growl noises and stuff. I feel like you don't get much of that in the cutscenes. What was that? I like not the look of this. There was some long text there that got auto-scrolled. Gods forfend, sylphs, your magics! So we've been glamoured. Oh shit, guys, what is this? Oh, it's a moment with an Ascian! Whoa! I didn't know this was... Oh, no, we get the Ascian music as well. Okay, look, what I heard about Ascians is that they basically weren't in 1.0, except that there was one that you could just see sometimes, like an Easter egg, hiding in the trees. But here's one in a cutscene. Also, the specific Ascian model they use is like this much more monstrous-looking Reaper thing. There is a moment, I won't spoil it or talk about it too clearly, but there is a moment in the first expansion, Heaven's Ward, near the end, where you see this model come back. So yeah, by the 12, what is that? And Nananobi knows already. He says an Ascian. Stay back, far, far back. These ones are of much evil. These ones are of much power. Has it gone? Our mission's ended in failure. I did not wish it to come to this, but it seems we will have to travel to the Beast Tribe's strongholds if we're to convince them to resume the crystal trade. Crystals are important, but peace is more important. The fighting must come to an end. The primal ones have corrupted the feathered ones, and the scaled ones poisoned their hearts, clouded their minds. Corrupted? Just how powerful are these icons? You had best not speak with that name around the beast tribe. What is that word? Oh, sorry, lest. Jesus, I was seeing an R there. Lest you incur their wrath. Icon is a derogatory term used by the Garleans to reflect their belief that the primals are not true gods, but mere beasts in which the ignorant tribes mistakenly worship. And my companion says, there's been much talk of the tribes being able to summon forth these primals, or whatever you call, or whatever you will, beyond the depths of the aether. But has anyone ever actually seen a primal? By the way, you notice how they're using the Path Companion as a surrogate for me to speak, right? The Warrior of Light is very silent. He's my mouthpiece now, right? Have you noticed that? And later, I guess in 2.0, they realize narratively they don't need to do this anymore. They can just have, you know, Ishtola or Papalimo or whatever be that. Almixio says, Woken ones are blind. Woken ones still sleep. The primal ones live not beyond the aether, but amongst the aether. The primal ones are here. The primal ones rule. Nanobi says, whether they're gods or not is a debate for another time. What we do know for certain is the tribes have stopped selling their crystals to us because they believe the primals need them. And as you've seen, the whole situation has created a great deal of unwanted tension. Now, if the Empire would only leave Silver Tier Falls, then perhaps there'd be sufficient crystals for all parties. Ah, but when was the last time the Garleans ever did anything to benefit Eorzea? So wait, the Empire is hanging around the lake still, is hanging around the Agrius and Midgardsormr at the moment. That's interesting. And mining the crystals out of those rocks that we saw. Oh, but enough of this idle chatter. The Ascian may still be nearby. We should return to Gridania at once. They're very hands-off with their description of the Ascian, aren't they? Look, over there. Something glittering on the floor. That's like the pickup animation for an item in 10. Might these be remnants of one of your illusions? And they shake their heads. Ha-ha! The day was not a complete loss after all. The Exile and Emulga must have left this sack of crystals when fleeing from the Ascian. You both have my thanks. Though we were unable to convince the tribes, none of us came to any harm, and that in itself is victory. I look forward to seeing you at the Consortium. Good day. So the Beast Tribes are really scared of the Ascians as well in this. It seems our work here is done, Red. Now let's go back to Gridania before something comes back in search of that bag. The Ascian was like a full-blown Grim Reaper type monster here. So that was cutscene 6. I want to read the review here. You succeeded in stalling the summoning crystals, but before you can convince them to reopen negotiations with the Ash Crown, a creature who Nanobi and the Sylphs call an Ascian appears and frightens off the remaining Emulga in exile. Just as you think the day's efforts were for naught, your path companions... Look, the Warrior of Light isn't even remotely curious about what it is. I've noticed that about... Oh, well, whatever. Welcome back, Red. Nanobi was kind enough to provide a full account of your dealings with the Beast Tribes. Dealings? We had to deal with Exile, Emulga, and Ascians. To call anything less than an adventure would be a gross understatement. One wrong step, and we would all be knocking on the 7th gate. Well, so what is the 7th gate? Is it like Nald Thal? It's the underworld, right? You go through gates or some shit? And all this for a bag of crystals. Why should something so insignificant cause so much suffering? Insignificant? No, far from it, my friend. While not as rare as you would be hard-pressed to find anyone who would not attest to the fact that crystals are often deemed more precious than even mithril. It is their power to create that makes them so valuable. There is a place in Mordona called Silver Tier Falls where crystals lie strewn about the land. However, the corrupted wastes are crawling with Garleans, not to mention preternaturally strong beasts driven mad by the land's taint. In other words, it is far too dangerous for any of us to leave. Talking about all this Dragon Age stuff, guys. Apparently in the new game in Veilguard, like the Blight has two for me, in Origins, the Blight has two interchangeable words describing it. They call it the Blight sometimes, but they call it the Taint sometimes as well. But in Veilguard, they've completely gone away from the word Taint. And I just find it really funny if that was a calculated decision to move away from it, because of the other thing that Taint could mean. I just find that so funny, man. I mean, just own it. Just use the word taint. It's a good word. I like Taint. Anyway. But it boots... it boots not to speak of things. It boots not to think of things? It bodes not to think of things. Quite beyond our grasp. You seek something far closer at hand, do you not? Namely, your reward. It's all there. You've earned it. Indeed. Indeed so. Might I also ask that you accept this as a token of our appreciation, with hopes that you may again aid us in the future? Listen in, if you will, though more often than not you will hear nothing of idle silt chatter. Farewell, Red. May our paths cross once again. I like the name Red. Makes me think of Morgan Freeman in Shawshank. I always forget the name of the composer of that music, of that movie. Because I always go back to the song Compass and Guns from that soundtrack. And that's kind of a part of the scene with Red where he leaves and that's some of the stuff he packs. It always really annoys me. Anyway, so there you go. Fade to White. Together we stand. Toll of the Warden. We met our first Ascian. Next quest is Forever Taken. Believing that they can use the items to persuade the Exile into resuming crystal trade with them, Sylphs from the Consortium have petitioned you to gather 5 unaspected crystals from Silver Tier Fools in the Forsaken region of Mordona. They call it a Forsaken region. To learn exactly how you are to come by these elusive items, you may wish to speak to some of the Consortium employees. Yeah, cannot avoid the Sylph even in 1.0. Absolutely true. I'm actually surprised how much Sylph influence there is in all of this. They're like the nice beast tribe, right? But we know that there is a Rammer fight here in this. How far have I made it into Origins? I went to Redcliffe, discovered the kid possessed by the demon in the castle. Then I said, and I could have dealt with it in a lot of ways, but I said I was going to try and find like some spell. So I went to like a circle, a mage's tower nearby, but the mage's tower had been fucked up. So then I climbed the tower, which was like a huge dungeon. In the middle, like a demon found me, a sloth demon, and sent me to sleep. And then I did a huge thing in the Fade. And then I got out of the Fade and climbed the tower again. And then finished the top of the tower against this guy called Uldred. I found a bunch of companions. And then I went back to the town and sort of resolved that. And now I'm on my next adventure, which is to go, I don't know, recruit some more help against the Blight, I think. Why, Red, what a pleasant surprise. How may I be of service this fine afternoon? You say you were summoned here by Sylph? That is odd. I'm unaware of any... Red, over here! Hello. We should name our path companion. What's his name? Let's make it one syllable so I can say it quickly. These ones must convince the Exile. Convince them soon, or all is lost. These ones have written a missive after missive. Many offers sent, but no replies received. Maybe these ones do not have what the feathered ones seek. What I believe they're trying to tell us is that they've expressed interest in playing the tiles with the Exile to negotiate for crystals. But the Exile have denied the request because the Sylphs have yet to offer the item any tribe wants. These ones have an idea, one final idea to convince the feathered ones to play the tiles. What does that mean, play the tiles? Just collaborate? Woken ones will find unaspected crystals. 10 unaspected crystals from wastes of Mordona. Many thanks, Woken ones, many thanks. You know, it's surprising to me, all these cutscenes we've watched, and that's the first moment that we had like a kill 10 rats moment, where it was like, collect X, give to Y. Many thanks, we've had yet to agree on anything. What are your thoughts, Red? You seem more than usually reticent. So there we go, so we can accept this quest. It's weird accepting the quests in the cutscenes, but I like it, because we get a sense of the UI. I want a moment where I complete a quest in a cutscene. Then it's settled. You can leave for Mordona once you've made your preparations. Actually, what if we were to split up and search separately? We'd each only need to obtain 5 crystals. And we could get back in half the time. Yeah, let's do that. Only 5 crystals. This one's confused. Why would Woken ones refuse an offer of assistance? Yeah, I don't know. How hard were the crystals to get? Because that goes against my impression of all of this, that it was a really grindy game. There's only 4 cutscenes in this quest. Yes, yes, these will suffice. The Woken ones have once again come to the aid of the consortium. This one offers the most sincerest of thanks. Now, will someone tell me why I had to write the missive? I was under the impression these sylphs were intelligent. Why ask Woken ones? These ones are ask Woken ones because these ones are intelligent. Very, very intelligent. Intelligent enough to make Woken ones do all the difficult tasks. I suppose I should have seen that coming. You have your missive and your crystals. Is it safe to assume that our work here is complete? Yes, yes, the Woken one's task is complete. A reward has been readied. It waits in a chest at the Waking Sands. Really? That's how I get my quest rewards, from a chest at the Waking Sands? Thank you, but would you answer us one question before we go? The paragons of which you wrote, that I wrote of in your missive, do they serve the exile? Paragons. The paragons are not of the feathered ones, nor are they of the scaled ones, or even these ones. Paragon is a word we heard in 2.0 to describe Ascians, right? I believe. And so I think they're talking about Ascians here. I think this is the sylphs explaining who the Ascians are. It was the paragons who taught all tribal ones the means of summoning the primals from the aether. Legends say the paragons arrive in times of strife to lead those ones in darkness to the light of the primal ones. These ones have heard rumors that the paragons have already called upon the groves of the feathered ones and the scaled ones. But you are asking the exiled to tell you when they arrive again. Why do you seek these beings? If they possess the ability to summon the primals, they could use that power to harm you, just as easily as help you. The tribal ones will listen to the paragons. If these ones can speak with the paragons, perhaps a pact can be forged. Perhaps the paragons will help convince the tribal ones of their folly. Of course. Interesting. Very interesting. So, is it going to be a twist that the paragons are Ascians in a minute? I'm always just I'm always just wondering, is this retconned, you know? Is this still... It's really interesting to think of the idea that the paragons are not Ascians, and it's a whole different group. But, like, we know, look, the story is pretty clear, even from where we are at 2.0. You've got these various eras, right, these astral and umbral eras. There are these great moments of strife and these calamities. And just before them, the Ascians are fucking with people and getting a lot of summoning to go on. They're deliberately causing this. They've said as much. We know that from 2.0 already. You know, that's not spoilery or anything. That's what the Ascians are doing. They're sowing chaos and bringing in these catastrophes. And they're lying, basically. They're saying to the beast tribes, these primals will help you, but really all it's doing is getting the land drained of aether and fucking things up more. And that's what they want. But it's fun to think that maybe in 1.0 they had a whole other idea for the paragons. But I assume since the previous quest just gave us a glimpse of an Ascian, and now this quest is talking about it will probably be revealed they're one and the same. And in fact, in cutscene 3 and 4, probably. So we go cutscene 3. Oh, wait, no, that was cutscene 3, wasn't it? No, it wasn't. So what's happening here? We've just gone back to the Waking Sands, right? To get our chests. I cannot get over young Minfilia. Thank you, one and all, for coming. I have summoned you here today because I wish to speak of the link pearls being distributed by the Empire. What? I understand the message they impart has a disquieting effect on those who hear it, especially those of us who walk the path of the 12, and I hope what I have to say can help ease the hearts of some, if not all of you. By the way, check it out. This is the OGs. I don't recognise, like, any of them. Me, my path companion, Minfilia. This guy looks creepy as hell. Look at that. Jesus. As you all know, and as some of you will personally recall, it was not 5 and 10 summers ago that the Garlean Empire launched an offensive on the northern city-state of Alamigo. You will have heard stories of how the men and women of their armies did their best to repel the enemy, only to find their iron blades and modest magics no match for the Empire's machina. And you will have gleaned from such tales just how swiftly this entire region fell under Garlean control. Is she going to tell them that that's where she's from? By the way, little unfortunate thing about the UI here, where the text overlaps with the arrow. In those dark days, fear swept across the realm, many believing that the Empire would surely continue its march south. Someone should definitely do a UI skin add-on for 2.0 that just makes it look like 1.0. That'd be epic. But such fears proved unfounded. Against all expectation, their armies withdrew as fast as they had advanced, and, with the exception of the tragedy at Silvertear Falls, there's been nary a sound from Dalamud. Until now, that is. Imperial airships and juggernauts have begun dropping link pearls in all the major city-states on Ul'dah and Vilbrand. Ul'dah's like the mainland here where we are, right? And Vilbrand's Limsa. These link pearls state that the beast tribes of Eorzea are secretly plotting to call forth unholy icons and lay waste to the realm. The message goes on to say that if the city-states were to accept imperial rule, they would be granted the protection of the empire on the condition that the citizenry take up arms against the beast tribes. Oh, I love this. This is 1.0 does some things a bit better than 2.0. Like, you straight up, they're very clear about the empire's motivation here. So the empire wants us not only to surrender without a struggle, but to fight a war on its behalf as well, and all in exchange for what it calls protection. And the empire expects us to believe all of this after what happened to Alamigo. Well, Alamigo has a cool story of the Mad King, right? I can see that your words resonate in the hearts of many in this hall. Yet, it is still too early to ascertain if the Empire's claims are false. As you suspect, I would not have us act on a supposition. We must be certain before we take action, lest lives be needlessly lost. However, there is one particular matter that deeply disturbs me, and makes me fear for the lives of my fellow walkers of the path. It pertains to those of you who have been granted the gift of the Echo. Yeah, so they don't all have the Echo. It pertains to those of you who have been granted the gift of the Echo and can read the hearts of the Emolja and the Ixal. You see, in the eyes of the Empire, the ability to communicate with the beast tribes makes you one of them. One of them? That's madness, says the shifty-eyed trader. Me? I didn't ask for this gift. Please, I ask you to stay your anger and remain calm. I understand your fear, but the path is here to guide you and to protect you. For us to lose our direction is exactly what the Empire wants. We must remain united. If we can succeed in this, it will not matter if we're branded heathens by the Empire. We shall persevere until our mission is complete. Truth is unveiled and peace prevails. It's critical we remain focused. The Empire cannot break us if we refuse to be broken. Take care, everyone, and may the 12 guide us all. Do you know what? I'm actually quite enjoying this because it feels all very main story, right? It all feels very, you know, we're not fucking about with wine and cheese, right? As soon as we kind of were earlier with the Limsa thing, I felt myself tuning out a little bit. But this has all been, this is fantastic. It's the characters and the topics I want. Alright, so finally, cutscene 4. Hello, Minfilia. We're going to have a private word, are we? Lady Minfilia, I can see you love the Empire no more than I. But though you talk of standing together as one, you make no mention of how it is you actually mean to achieve the goals towards... There's something really odd about this, that he's the surrogate for speaking. Because... it's just something... So why not have the main character do it? Like, we customized him, right? Anyway, we popped like a character creator thing anyway. So why are you not having the main character speak? The Warrior of Light speak? Well, you've made that decision because you don't want to tamper with the roleplay, right? You want the player to imagine what kind of character that you are. So you don't put words in his mouth, right? You be hands off, you do it silent protagonist, fine. So you've decided to do a silent protagonist. Oh, but you're happy to have us build this character and have this character act in a way we don't expect. I don't know, I guess it kind of works. I guess. It's all quite convoluted, though, isn't it? It's like it's been over-considered. But though you talk of standing together as one, you make no mention of how it is you actually mean to achieve the goals towards which you would have us strive. Yeah, you speak much of spreading peace across the realm, and yes, you make efforts to help those, such as the Consortium or the Sylphs, in need. Yet you do not seem to realise that these efforts are too little, they're too late. The Empire's here! They're filling the streets with propaganda, moving the masses against us. If we don't stop them... This is kind of like World War II, you know, like dropping leaflets in over enemy cities, propaganda. And Minfilia says, and how are we to stop them? Look around you, this is not an army. It's a handful of men and women who have dedicated their lives to making the realm a better place, one small step at a time. What swords have we but our words? What shields have we but our wills? We are doing all we can. But is that enough? There must be something more. You said it yourself. We alone are weak, but together we're strong. Yes, I did say that, and I had hoped it would be enough to soothe your fears. However, I can now see that you need more than mere assurances from me to convince you. Very well. I shall test you. Sorry, I shall tell you of our next step on the path. If the Empire can see no difference between ourselves and the Exile or the Ul'dah, should we not stand together with our newfound brethren? Each one of us is one of them, after all. And if we are to be damned by association, should we not embrace those with whom we share damnation? Collaborate with the Beast Tribes? I'm well aware of the danger in which this decision puts my brothers and sisters on the path. With the exception of perhaps the Sylphs, there are many generations of bad blood between the tribes and the 5 races. I've criticised 2.0 for not going into this enough, by the way. But as you, because it's the obvious ultimate solution, right? But as you said, the Empire is a threat to all of us in Eorzea, the Beast Tribes included. The most powerful of the city-states fell to the Empire because it stood alone. Perhaps the strength of the tribes is our only option. Hold on, Alamigo was the most powerful of the city-states. Really? I didn't know that either. Alamigo's awesome, man. Can't wait till we get to Stormblood. You have my apologies, Lady Minfilia. I was wrong to doubt you, and I would have you know that my blade is yours. Do not hesitate to notify me. Anything we can do. I shall, thank you. Okay, well, that was pretty empty, wasn't it, really? Okay, but fine. So we're going to try and be nice to the Beast Tribes. And that was the whole quest, apparently. Forever taken. Oh, God, we're getting near the end so quick. There's only 3 left. I don't think the Dalamud stuff's on here. It just can't be, you know. It just can't be. So we're going to have to do the videos, I think. That's going to have to be. I'm glad I've set that up. Well, let's see. Lord Errant. Well, this is a long one, though. Let's just kick it up and see what we got. Can you dress up your friend? I believe you could, yeah. It's basically like a retainer that would adventure with you. And it's funny as well because, you know, if you think that feature is like a 2010 launch thing, around 2009, 2010, Arenanet were talking about doing the same thing for Guild Wars 2. They had an idea of a companion system way back when. It's funny, isn't it? And then FF14 released and got rid of their companion, and Guild Wars 2 decided not to do it as well at some point. They U-turned on it. Pre-release. It seems we're not the only ones with the intentions of meeting the Ul'dah. The most tiresome of journeys this one was forced to suffer. This one comes bearing a missive written in his own hand. My own hand, you mean? I like how he's still annoyed that he had to write this. I've already spoken with the Sylphs regarding the details, but our plan is such. We will tell the Ul'dah that we have come to deliver the missive addressed to the Paragon on behalf of the Sylphs. That should be enough to provide us with free passage through their stronghold. Once inside, we then only need to find one of their elders. It made a lot of sense for Guild Wars 2 after the Heroes. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I remember when they first announced that, and I was excited about it. It seemed to make sense. But then it also made sense as they basically said, well, look, the removal of the companions thing is actually a really cool topic that kind of gets into the nitty-gritty of Arenanet being a bit wishy-washy about the Trinity. Because you can say that their justification for getting rid of the companion was, well, look, we'll just give everyone a heal skill and you'll be... Like, it was born from Heroes, which were born from the sense that you needed a party where, you know, you needed Ogden to heal you, or you needed Dunkoro to heal you, or if you were the healer, you needed Acolyte Sasuke to do damage or whatever, right? So it's all about the Trinity, ultimately. So we move into Guild Wars 2, and it's like, well, you can have a companion heal you. And then it becomes, well, why do we... This is a lot of aggro. Why not just have everyone is able to take care of themselves? Everyone has a heal skill that they have to put onto their build. And therefore people are self-sustaining. And suddenly we're in this conversation of they're breaking down the Trinity. And you know, it is what it is, and we could talk for half an hour about the directions they went there with that. Anyway, how most unfortuitous. The Woken one has been captured. You must listen to me. We mean you no harm. We only wish to speak with your elders. Okay, so my path companion gets attacked. We probably have to fight the Ul'dah, subdue them. Oh, never mind. We're still in the same cutscene. Oh, we got eerie music here. Oh, have I been knocked out? Trust those thrice damned sylphs to run at the first sign. Oh, guys, I think we're about to see Ifrit. This is the Ifrit cave. This is the same cave that's in 2.0, right? Remember the little holding area before you do the Bowl of Embers? We're so in here. We've been knocked out. Guys, it's happening. Wow, the 2.0 Ifrit intro is just like the 1.0 one. Ah, Red, are you unhurt? You were insensible for nearly 2 bells, or at least I think it was 2 bells. There's little way to tell in this cell. I haven't been able to discern exactly where we are, but from the amount of walking it took to arrive here, it'd be safe to assume we've been led fairly deep into their stronghold. I don't believe they intend to kill us, or we'd more than likely be dead already. I suspect they're taking us to see someone important, which, in a sense, is what we sought in the first place. So perhaps our situation is not as dire as I once thought. I can just feel it in my bones. What was that? Was that all cutscene 1? Or was it cutscene 2? It was cutscene 2, right? Yeah, it was cutscene 2. Sorry, guys. Right, so 1 to 3. Chocobo is greater than Path Companion. Well, I love that in 2.0 now, to this day, if you play regular 14 to this day, the UI is called the Companion UI, as if they're going to expand it in some way. But it's still just as Chocobos, that's it, you know. Come, says Darab Ter. Oh, it's so cool to think when Tremor was in this cave. Oh, that was a quick one. When Tremor was in this cave, years before, had been Podley. Dun, 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 dun. They really didn't expand the soundtrack that much for ARR, did they? Jesus. I mean, maybe that's fair. They made the fucking thing in 18 months. Oh, what's my origin in Dragon Age? Sorry, I'm a dwarf. I originally played a human, but on my new file, I'm a dwarf. I'm a noble dwarf. And all I want to do is get back and fight my brother. Oh, this is good, isn't it? Hold on, 2.0 didn't have a good animation for the summoning of Ifrit, did it? Oh, I don't remember that. Oh, guys, this is cool. Nice! Holy shit! There he is! It's Ifrit! Dude, that was... I swear that was a better summoning animation than 2.0 had. Wow. Oh, crap. I just... 3 was really short, right? So, I've just clicked the same thing, haven't I? Yeah. Jesus Christ. So, this is 4. On to 5 next. We might have a cool death animation as well now. He's injured. He's not fiery anymore. Is he going to speak to us? Is he going to have voice acting? Almighty Ifrit, Lord of the Inferno and Champion of the Sun, thy humble servants have summoned thee forth from the boundless aether, that thou might cleanse these heathen souls of their transgressions with thine holy flames. So, by the way, remember, Ifrit was only added in a patch, so I guess we're into patch stories already. Wait, we did not mean to offend, we merely come bearing a message. We are 2 of many who walk the path of the 12. There are thousands more. We're petitioning Ifrit himself. There are thousands more just like us, warriors ready to fight for Eorzea and all who call their home. Thousands? We're lying there, aren't we? The Garlean Empire has shown that they want this land for their own, and they will stop at nothing less than genocide to obtain it. Alamigo was the first to fall. Who is to say that their next target will not be Pagelthan? Pagelthan's like where the Amalja live, right? But you have seen the power they wield. No single city, state, or tribe is powerful enough to defeat the Empire's legions on its own. Not even yours. But if we were to join forces, you could force the Empire out of Eorzea for once and for all. Your people have suffered much at the hands of the Garleans, just as ours have. Stand with us to help us put an end to that suffering. This is cool. Like, there's no Sid or there's no Nero or whatever watching in the background. You must listen. Oh shit, he's got like roasting us with blue flames. I love that I'm just standing around in fisherman's clothes for all of this. Blue fire, that's not really a feature, is it? What the fuck? Am I in pain or no? No, I'm fine. What's going on here? So, some people are hurt, but we're not? Throughout history, your kind has repaid our gestures of goodwill with naught but acts of injustice. How are we to take your utterances as true? We cannot. The heathens must die, their blood a gift to Lord Ifrit. Sorry, what's going on with the story here? Why were we fine from the Ifrit attack? Yeah, there's no tempering going on right now either, is there? Good point, Diamond Rosette. Red, what's happening? These people do not seem to have control of their own minds. Oh, the blue fire. Oh, I see. You're right, Diamond Rosette. The blue fire is he's tempering them. That's funny, because 2.0 is always very vague about how and when the tempering happens, right? I always just had it as the impression that it was being in the vicinity of a primal. But if you remember when we played that bit with in the Rama storyline, all the scions were there and they didn't get tempered, remember? And we just said, oh, that's just being hand-waved. Do you guys remember that episode? I guess 1.0 here is establishing that for Ifrit, at least, to temper someone, he has to actively do something. So he cast the blue fire. That was tempering. And we're fine because we have the echo. It's all here, isn't it? It's kind of crazy. It's all here. All the beats of the story are, with the exception of the star shower, maybe a little bit, and how they display the echo in cutscenes. All the pieces of the story are correct and consistent. These people, they do not seem to have control of their minds. We must try and find a way to break their bonds. The bonds. Perhaps something from their past will help them remember who they are? Oh, what? Can you fix tempering in 1.0? That's not consistent. Oh, shit. I forgot. Wait, Like, I can't risk skipping a cutscene here. These are all too good. So I'm going to do 5 again. Alright, so it's 6 we're on. 6. You know what? I should just type it in chat each time or something. Stormblood has more scenes with explicit tempering. Does it? Don't remember that. That one was short. Alright. 7. Holy shit, the details are amazing on the Ifrit summon. Yeah, these are... Look at this as well. Just like... I'm surprised they didn't try to reuse some of this stuff. So is he pissed now? He still hasn't spoken to us. Oh, here we go. You avow yourselves, blessed by the gods, yet lack the capacity to summon them to your aid. Well, we don't want to summon them. Louis Suart's going to summon them. To which do you kneel, mortals? Kneel, if by God you mean primal, we kneel to none. Fools, blind to the grace of those who would grant you protection and bless you with their fortune. Protection? I don't recall any God offering his protection when your servants captured me and my companion and locked us in that cell. Oh my God, he's gonna talk about Hydaelyn. Burn the heathens! Mind your tongue while speaking to the Lord of the Inferno, lest we cut it out. No, explain to me, Ifrit. Who has blessed me? Your blindness is born of ignorance. I smell the taint upon your soul. Is it Garuda or Titan? Perchance Leviathan? Okay, he doesn't know. He's saying that we're already tempered, right? But he doesn't know who has tempered us. I do not understand. I've never stood before those you mention. Vex me not, mortals. The paragon warned of the godless blessed. Oh shit, the Ascians know all about this as well and have explained it too. There can only be one true god in this world, and those without cannot be allowed to roam unchecked. Yet the paragon has entreated that I spare you, and so I shall, on one condition. Vow that you shall forsake the summoning of another. Do so and your sins will be absolved. Refuse me and your soul will burn for an eternity. Well, no, I don't want to summon any primals. What if I was a summoner class? Oh, wait, summoner isn't in this, right? You can't be a summoner in 1.0. On your knees, heathens, and give your oath in the name of Ifrit, Almighty Lord of the Inferno. Almighty Lord of the Inferno! Wait, does he not die or get desummoned or anything? My oath to forsake something? You mean we have the power to summon gods? But how? Yeah, because most people don't do this, right? Like, it was a big deal when Izael did it to summon Shiva in 2.55. Fuck me. I'm so sorry, guys. That was 7. Because 6 was tiny, then it was 7, so we're on 8 now. 8. So Ifrit just leaves. We just leave him to wander around. The Woken ones live. This is the most fortuitous. Yes, most fortuitous. But the scaled ones refused to read our missive. That was most unfortuitous. This one's written words went unread. Most fortuitous indeed. So, you two were there. You were there the whole time. Why didn't you attempt to save us? You could have used your conjury. Alright, never mind. But if you were there, then answer me this. Is what Ifrit said true? Do I have the power to summon my own primal? The Woken one asked a difficult question. The answer, this one knows not. Nor this one, unfortuitously. But even if the Woken one could summon a primal, this one would advise against such a folly. These ones who violate the barrier betwixt corporeal and ethereal are transformed. Minds are clouded, hearts are hardened, souls are darkened. I see. Another thing best left untouched. Well, Red, we made it out in one piece, but I fear if we linger here much longer, the Emulger might have a second thoughts about releasing us. Let's put this place far behind us and report our findings to Lady Minfilia. These ones shall return to the forest. Until next time. Next time? Well, we never did find that paragon. Who are these souls who possess the knowledge to summon gods and bend them to their will? Perhaps it's not the beast tribes who we should be joining hands with. Wow, he just proposed we join up with the Ascians. Yeah, it's definitely like a mystery, right? Who's the Ascian, and then... So 8 is what we just did, so 9, this is the final one. And this will be just recap with Minfilia. Thank you, Corey, for typing along there. You claim to have completed a mission, but nowhere in my ledgers do I see anything about a task recently assigned you and your path companion. That was Tataru, sorry, by the way. I feel like I should have given us a little bit more fanfare about that. That's alright, Tataru. I shall handle this. Red, your partner's already been by to explain what you two attempted in Pagolthan. While I can understand your desire to help, I cannot condone your actions. You both could have been abducted, or worse, killed. However, here you are, alive as ever. And while I'm loath to admit it, you've provided us with some very important information. Ifrit believes you're blessed by a specific deity, and that is where you obtain the echo. Look at 1.0 is a lot more explicit about this stuff. I remember my run-through of the game on Twitch 2 years ago. I had, like, this theory that I was already tempered. Because the game, like, tap dances around it. That I said many times, but it didn't really feel confirmed for, like, a long time. But even when it felt confirmed, it felt like it was in a way that we should have known anyway. It was just weird. 1.0 has been very, very clear about this. Right? The question is, what has tempered us? And as far as this game's concerned, we haven't seen a giant crystal or anything. We've just heard some mysterious singing and this hear, feel, think. The word Heidelin hasn't appeared or anything. They give you the information in a different order to keep the intrigue, right? It's fun to think that narratively there's a moment in the story right now where it's totally valid for a player to wonder if they're like a minion of Garuda or something, you know? I say minion, you get what I mean. Perhaps further contact with the primals can lead us to an answer of who or what the deity might be. Unfortunately, as you're aware... So I guess actually when 2.0 came around and they were much more explicit about the crystal, that would have been really exciting for the Lorehounds back then. Unfortunately, as you're aware, continued dealings with the beast tribes will only bring us more damage. As the Empire has eyes and ears in every corner of Eorzea, you must remember this, Red, and choose your steps on the path with caution. So we just kind of got scolded a bit by her there. Yeah, I cannot help but feel responsible for the trials you faced in Pagelthan. I knew Chad, my friend, would eventually attempt something like this, and I did little to prevent it. For that, I wish for you to accept this as an apology. However, in the future, I ask that you take heed before rushing head-on into a nest of vipers. You may not be so fortunate the next time. It's interesting how, like, every cutscene in these quests has the moment where they hand over some reward. You know, that would be a lot of aggro if they kept doing that over the years. Very cool. Ifrit was silent throughout my struggle with the prisoners and the Ul'dah, but when the confrontation ended, he proceeds to ask you several cryptic questions, concluding with the revelation that you too have the power to summon primals. Before you can glean any more information from the deity, however, he orders the Ul'dah to deliver you back to the gates. You should return to the Waking Sands. So we leave at Ifrit's behest. Okay, so that's Lord Errant. So of men they sing, and future's perfect. Oh my god, it's running out way too quickly. I don't like this. What about these other boxes? These have no replayable cutscenes. Oh. Oh god, alright guys. Well, here we go. Of men they sing. This one's got to be Garuda maybe, right? Only 4 cutscenes? Hello, Tataru. Welcome, Red. So you two heard the mysterious plea. While we do not know who sent the message, so what? Did my link pearl just light up? Yeah, thank you, Corey. For this one, I'll be fine. I mean, it's only 4. It's pretty easy to remember when there's only 4. While we do not know who sent the message, we were able to estimate the general location from which it originated, an area of the Black Shroud due east of Gridania. We already have several advanced parties scouring the forest, and I was hoping that you might join them. There'll be no need for you to notify your path companion, as he's already on your way there. Okay, bye-bye, Tataru. It's really weird to think that Tataru knows both characters, you know. She knew Tremor and she knew Podley. But she never talks about Podley to Tremor. Oh my god, this guy's not wearing many clothes. So, my father is dead? No, it's alright. The decision to stand against those who had taken his home was his and his alone. He was aware of the fate that awaited him. But how many more does it wait? Oh, my path companion's dad died. Whoa. Red, when did you arrive? I did not see you approach. Thank you for responding to the distress call. My men and I are with the Alamegan Resistance. The Alamegan Resistance, Captain. While returning from a foray into the Imperial-occupied territory, we realized we were being tracked. In an attempt to throw the pursuers off our trail, we split into several smaller groups. The tactic appears to have been successful, but not without price. One of my best scouts still remains out in the forest, unable to elude the enemy. It was her message that you picked up on in your link pearl. The scout has vital information on the size of our forces, the location of our headquarters, and the names of our leaders. If she were to be captured by the Empire... What I believe the captain is trying to ask is that we join his men in their search for the missing scout. I, for one, am of a mind to help. She cannot be far. Alright, so off we go. This feels like a side quest. This is number 3. Someone mentioned remembering the Warriors of Light, but it was hazy. Yeah, at the start of the game, they all talk about how they've all forgotten the old characters, yeah. The Resistance can rest easy knowing that the Empire won't have their secrets, for now at least. Do you know what? You know how this is really disjointed and fragmented and weird and, like, it's got all these issues? Guys, this Let's Play, this is like... This is us post-calamity trying to remember. Right? This is us trying to remember these characters, and that's why we only get these snippets. Isn't that beautiful? I'll inform the captain about the hounds. You should return to the Waking Sands and report to Lady Minfilia the day's happening. She'll... No! No, this isn't good. This is one of the only other quests I can do. I love the sound of owls. Oh, no. This is just a side quest. Oh. There's a spoiler in one of the cutscenes considering Ul'dah. Really? Now that's something I'd love to see more about. Really? What is that spoiler? Oh. Several members of the resistance party you and your path companion, aided, arrived a short while ago. The injured are currently being seen in the infirmary, and it's there that Lady Minfilia is questioning their captain. While we wait for the antecedent to conclude her talks, there's something she asked me to discuss with you. I do not wish to sound harsh, but... I know, we're not to take on assignments in the name of the Path without direct orders from Lady Minfilia. That's correct. We are the Path of the 12, not a group of vigilantes. You would do well not to forget that. While there are some of us who may be trained in the disciplines of war and magic, such skills do not represent our purpose, which is to gather information and provide it to those who are better prepared and better equipped to use it. This time you were fortunate that the size of the Imperial party tracking the scout was not too large. However, it's unwise to place your faith in the spinner's pool. She favours no one man more than the other. This is cool. They so rarely talk about the gods, right? Which god is the spinner again? But I shall chide you no longer. Your path led you to those in need, and you saw fit to lend them your aid. None can deny the worthiness of this act, and it would be foolish for us to let it go unrewarded. You have our thanks. Alright, so there's like a side quest which is a bit of a skirmish against the Garleans. Red, I didn't have the opportunity to tell you this when we were in Gridania, but I know several people in the Resistance. Do you? Well, he's like a full-blown character. Their being on a mission this far south can only mean that they have something significant planned for the near future. Though what, I do not know. I have a feeling Lady Minfilia will be calling upon us soon, so we best see to it that we're prepared. Really? A big Alamigo story? That means that we're not going to see Garuda here. Future's perfect. The Alamigan Resistance is holding an audience with Lady Minfilia. You may enter, meow, but see to it that you do not disturb the proceedings. This is from Sarja Zwan. Ah, Red, we were beginning to wonder whether you would ever arrive. Is it in these cutscenes? Maybe I pay close attention. I might see something about, Ul'dah. You came. Or kind of. I don't know. When we get to the end of Heavensward, we can stop being cryptic about that stuff. Does this mean you'll be joining us on our mission? The Alamigan Resistance is holding an audience. Your companions are eager to join the Resistance and ask you join as well. The operation will be our largest ever, and its size makes it that much more dangerous. Many who leave with us will not return. While I appreciate your enthusiasm, your companion's decision must be his own. Okay. So we're now on 2. We are but simple folk. Some of us farmers, some of us smiths, some of us husbands, some of us wives. Some of us have children, some of us have none but ourselves. Yet there is something that unites us all. We're all from Alamigo, and we've all made a solemn vow to fight the Garlean Empire until we have regained the control of the home that was torn from our grasp, the home we lost 15 summers gone. Each day has been an uphill battle, and the Empire a veritable mountain. The might of their machina is beyond imagining, and we have lost countless men to the metal jaws and fiery breath of those terrible creatures. However, for not one moment have we let their size or numbers crush our wills, and the sacrifice of every man and woman has been seen us edge ever closer, ilm by agonizing ilm, to the realization of our ultimate plan. We are going to steal one of their airships and use it to drive the Empire from our city. One of the big badass airships that you see flying around here. A great many brave men and women gave their lives to infiltrate the Imperial outposts and obtain documents on the flying contraptions, from schematics to control manuals. All we need now is a ship, but as you would imagine, Alamigo is heavily fortified with Imperial troops, a whole legion of soldiers stationed in or near the city-state. Which is why we've decided to instead focus on the ships near the comparatively lighter guarded Silver Tier Falls. The Empire will not expect an attack in an area so remote. We cannot fail. Minfilia doesn't look pleased about this. You're mistaken. This is not the first time the Resistance has attempted such a daring plan, and if I recall correctly, all previous attempts have ended in failure, at the cost of many lives. And we know as well that this won't work, because in 2.0, Alamigo is not free. Captain, what makes you so certain of victory? Victory's never certain, Lady Minfilia, but I cannot allow fear of defeat to keep us from action. If there's ever a glimmer of hope, we must do all we can to reach out and grasp it. That was 3. So we're on to 4 now. So someone just got cut down. They looked incredibly shocked. Is the cameraman drunk? It did seem very drunken, yeah, swaying a lot, yeah. So they get a call on a link pad and run off. Okay. 5. So we have to chase them down, maybe? Oh, cool. We get one of these airship things again. I love the little spindly things on there. They flow in a really nice way. The animation's very smooth. Look at them, see? Look. Where they're like fluttering, gently drifting up and down. Is that the airship we're going to try and steal? Okay, so that was 5, right? Let me just check. I think it was. It was, yeah. So then we're on to 6. Feels like if it's a quest with a bit of combat, you end up with a lot more cutscenes just because you're going to get a couple around the beginning and end of it. They got scared by my fancy straw hat. Okay, so what? Is it retreating? It's just fallen over. Over that hill. Oh, did I just trip over? Red, you did not need to have come. But truth be told, I'm glad you're here. I was about to create a diversion for a second unit can move into position, and I need all the help I can get. Okay. That one was quite awkward. It's down to 8. Oh shit, are we going to actually get some Empire characters here now? We haven't seen Sid. We haven't seen so much stuff, guys. We haven't seen anything about Nail. This is just a generic Imperial Centurion. Believe thyself, believe thy strength. Know thyself, know thy weakness. Thou art alone, one amongst many. The land is alone, one star in the void. Oh, that's the first description of, like, the world as a star, right? See through the lies, see beyond the words of the deceivers. Follow the truth. Follow the whispers of verity. Protect that which must be. Destroy that which must not. For calamity draws nigh. The end is upon thee. Kill the tribes, says the shuddering child. Kill their gods, says the terrified child. Kill the tribes, before the land doth perish. So they're being like... manipulated? Oh, there's the airship we're going to try and steal. Whoa. Whoa. What? What's going on here? Red! Oh, that was all just an echo? Flashback? I was dreaming in the echo. Are you alright? Can you talk? Ah, well, it looks like we both made it out alive. Thank you for watching after me. It's Thancred. Wait, have I seen you before? Thancred, right? Did you come to raise your sword against the Empire? You must learn patience, my friend. You might live longer. Are you saying I must not attempt to save Eorzea from the Empire? My path companion has a real character. He's really eager and energetic, and he's trying to take things into his own hand. A man can save no one if he knows not his own strength. I'm fully aware of my strength, or as you would imply, my lack of it. But that's why I've tried to find people who can help me, and whom I can help. So speaks the child of Alamigo. Is that a dun-dun-dun moment, the revelation? Yet you have been blessed, been woken. If only you would seek the one who gave you that power, you could be granted so much more. Oh, this is nice. They don't do stuff like that very often in 2.0. I mean, they do get better with the cutscenes as it goes along, right? By the time of Shadowbringers, the cutscenes have got so much detail in them. And it's for this that I will continue to search. What did he throw me? Wait! You think I skipped, 7? Is it gods he seeks or something more? Something bigger? What was that about with Thancred there? You think I skipped 7? I'll click 7 here and see. Oh, you're right. I so did. Oh my god, and it would have been a big one to miss as well because of the Agrius. God damn, look at that thing. So not only do we have the Agrius and Midgardsormr here in the shot, we have this other airship here. Oh wow, this is a really good one.
Cannot be.
Was that the Ascian as Thancred already? Good question! Wow, no, but does that really work out? Would that mean that he's Ascian possessed the entire time in 2.0? Holy shit, this is crazy. Oh, is this Gaius? That was so Gaius, right? It is. It's 100% him.
You are unwise to come here.
Oh god, the audio quality is so bad. Whoa. Oh, and Thancred saved me.
Impressive.
Oh, Ishtola, Papalimo, Ida.
As you wish.
Oh, the lighting as the bullets come out was good. That was awesome as well, the bullet bending stuff. Oh my god, I'm so happy you said that we'd skipped 6, because Jesus, imagine if we missed this. Oh my god. Sorry, we skipped 7. Whoa. hell is this story? Hold on, how is that? How does that even fit into the... I'm reading this, hold on. The Alamegan Resistance is holding an audience with Lady Minfilia at the Waking Sands regarding a secret operation they're planning. My path companion is eager to join the Resistance and asks me to join as well. The Alamegan Resistance has devised to steal an Imperial airship in the lightly patrolled area of Mordona and to use the vessel to reclaim their city-state from the Empire. According to Minfilia, other parties have attempted similar plans and they've been met with failure. We have a choice to make, to flee or fight. Though Lady Minfilia gave a convincing argument for practicing caution, your path companion's mind was already made up before the antecedent uttered her first word. Now my partners rushed off to Silvertear Falls to assist the Resistance in their reckless operation. Hurry to Camp Revenant's Toll in northern Mordona before it's too late. So this is the first time Revenant's Toll's in the story. When you arrive there, you encounter a party of Imperial soldiers. Though before the battle with the enemy is decided, they're called away. If you follow them, you may find where their airship landed, and perhaps my path companion will be there as well. We reunite with our path companion, only to find that all of the other resistant members have been slain by a single man, the Imperial Legatus. He's about to... So he doesn't have a name here at this point. It's weird. It's very surreal, because the cutscene's clearly been worked on so well, but all the surrounding information and stuff is just, like, not there. Like, how comes the entire... like, all the Scions are there, right? Like, but there was no dialogue or conversation about them at any point before this. He's about to send both of you to the afterlife when you're saved by none other than the mysterious traveller you met upon arriving in Eorzea. Thancred. After a terrible explosion, you awake to find yourself in a cave with several children. Is this the present or the past? You can only watch as an Imperial soldier slowly penetrates the minds of the captive children, ultimately transforming them into thralls of the Empire. Before you find out what this is... what? The Empire... Like... Look, there's a thing later where the Empire manufactures their own echo. Are they manufacturing their own tempering here? Is that a thing? Before you can find what becomes of the children, you awaken again to the sound of your path companion's voice. This time you're near Camp Revenant's Toll, and the mysterious traveller is there to warn you that you're not yet ready to fight the Empire. The mysterious traveller, but it's Thancred, but might not be Thancred. It might be Asciancred. You feel as if an important chapter in your tale has come to an end. Journey back to the Waking Sands. So that was 7, then it's 8 with crazy Thancred, and now we're on 9. Thank the 12, you're alive. Where's your path companion? You need not worry, Tatario. I received a call earlier. He spoke of coming here to have one of us tend to his wounds. However, I insisted he visit one of the established leeches in town first. I also heard what would happen to the Resistance, and how they will not be sending parties south any longer. There's even talk of disbanding. Do you see, Red? Those who claim to understand that which they faced were unable to withstand the sheer power of the Empire. And until we can find someone or something that will allow us to match the Empire's strength, we're but flies buzzing about a chocobo, a nuisance but far from a threat. It's crazy. None of the stuff with the city-state leaders has been in this yet either. Carni Senna, Melvib. If only the city-states and beast tribes would set aside their differences and unite as one, then perhaps we'd have a chance. Something about the big open-world map and the anima system makes it feel more isolated and like I really can believe the city-states are separate. So that was Future's Perfect. And that, as far as I know, guys, that's the end of that, the Path of the 12 story. And what I'm actually going to do here is I'm going to look here. Okay. I'm on Wiki right now. Path of the 12. So Wiki says, okay, that the quests in Path of the 12, it goes Fade to White, which was this, we watched this. Then it's Together We Stand, yeah, which we did. Then it's Toll of the Warden, which we did. Forever Taken, which we did. Lord Errant, which we did. Of Men They Sing, which we did. Future's perfect, which we did. That's it. That's actually the end. I can't believe it. That's the end. What kind of an ending is that anyway? That's mad. Okay, so now we move on to the Grand Company quests, which are not implemented in the private servers. Well, none of those cutscenes are here. So the only way that we'll be able to do that is through the kind help of this website here. So once again, I just got to give a big shout out here. Oh, God. As long as OBS isn't dying, and it feels like it is a little bit. FF14 cutscenes. This is from Casey Elgin. This was a player back in the day who just played and recorded these. That was regular Thancred. He isn't possessed. You think he's just using return? Okay, fair enough. So this story is about an hour-ish, an hour and a half, something like that. And this should be all the Louis Soir stuff and all the thing. So, guys, I actually don't need to be in-game anymore. What I want to do, though, is show you one cool thing. And this is really cool, okay? This is amazing. Hopefully, our commands still work, because they broke mysteriously last time, right? It will devastate me if this doesn't work. Let's go to Limsa again. No, let's not go to Limsa. Let's go to Gridania. Somewhere different. Okay, so we go warp. Gridania is zone 150, 190, minus 1070. Oh, it doesn't work. Why? Something about being in here and watching cutscenes breaks it. I want to show it to you, though. Oh, can I... hold on. Let's try it this way. If we return to character select... Did I not try this in the last episode? Why wouldn't I have tried this? Like, log out and log back in. Mind you, Podley broke before, didn't he? Do we make another character? Yeah, we're going to make another character, because this, I know, will actually work. Alright, a higher... Let's do a higher... Once more with feeling, guys. You've seen a hell of a lot of this character creator, haven't you? Jesus. Yeah, it will be type 1. Every time I read that type 1, it makes me think of type 1 diabetes. I don't know why. It's like loutish prick, you know? If I ever hear type 1, it's got to be in conjunction with that. Oh, no, let's not do magic. Let's do... So we did Gatherer. We've done all of them now. We've done magic, war, land. Finally, we'll do hand. This is such a small thing that I want to show you here. But look at this. Let's be a culinarian. Why am I not wearing trousers? Okay. So what we'll do is we'll start in Gridania, I guess. I'll show you the Gridania intro. There you go. Create this character. Go. Okay, I didn't try logging out and back in again. That's good. I think it's so crazy that Ida and Papalimo appear from the star shower in this cutscene, by the way. Keyboard and mouse, please. That hard cut with the audio there is panicking me. It's making me think that it's crashed. It hasn't. Right, but we're going to skip this scene. We've seen it already, guys. We've seen it already. I love that Corey probably has a better understanding of this series in some ways than even I do, because you've seen it through twice. Here, this is how this bit goes. Oh, maybe it's just skip again. But remember, they're knocked out. And then what actually happens is we get control immediately here. I really think that the... So the main scenario quest, Sundered Skies, has begun. All the big trees and stuff just look so cool. Doing this series has really put me in the mood for playing a new RPG. I cannot wait for Path of Exile 2. And just to be clear, guys, that's the next stream series that I'll be doing. So hopefully you guys find that fun, want to play along with me. Watch those videos. And anyone watching this way off in the future, just so that you know, if you want to watch the various playlists that I've done and follow along the things that I've done in order, the next playlist will be PoE. I know, obviously, it's a bit different. Immediately, I can hear an airship. Well, I did it. I said Sundered Skies. Yes, I looked. There we go. Amazing. Okay, close. Close. Oh, God, the fucking slow, laggy thing. Yeah, and then there's like a little fight against some monsters. I'll show you that. Yeah, walk over to a person, learn how to speak to them. Make sure she's okay. She says, oh my god. It's funny, in all the other ones, there's a bunch of characters around. In this one, it's just these two. And then once we do that, they wake up. And they have the very weird voices. And then we have like a fight. And then the wolves come, if you remember. And then you fight the wolves, and the wolves eat the Ent. See, so this is the fight here. Bit more combat music for you all. Is this different? Is this the Gridania? Did each one have a different theme? And look, here's our skill bar, by the way. Ironic that I get it this time, even though I'm not even, I can't do a combat class. We defeat the wolves. Anyway, well, I guess I'll wait. It might bug it if I try to enter a command while we're skipping through this. I really love this animation. I think this looks so cool. Hit them harder!
The air here feels so heavy.
The way the tree Ent grabs them and like eats them and stuff. It's amazing. And here we are at Gridania. Whoopsie. And we start here. Now this might be quite interesting, guys. We start here. Oh yeah, and we get a tree Ent vine. That's our key item. I like how every time the item you collect is like the thing that is the catalyst for your next quest. Look at this, guys. We're starting here. Podley. We're ending the 1.0 stuff where 2.0 began. Right? This is where this is literally where Tremor started. Of course, it looks different. But this is it. So, one of the things that looks different is I want to get a view of the moon. Oh, I can't from here. I can't. I didn't consider that, actually, that Gridania was a bad choice. Also, there's like a cave. There's a cave that you go through to leave Gridania and head out into the main area of the world. Also, look at the water falling off of the wheel there. That looks cool. This is awesome. This is Mother Mioen's house. It's just Beggy, you know. I don't think there's the airship place downstairs. Or maybe there is, maybe there isn't. But look at this. And then Ida and Papalimo come over and they chat. And Mother Mioen's not behind the bar again either. It's funny, in 2.0 they actually position them there. Yeah, can we go downstairs? Can you go to the airship bay? Oh my god, they actually have an icon on the minimap for the airships. That's so cool. I hadn't noticed that before. I suppose they're really handy as well. When anima is a system in the game, it makes sense that you'd want to use an airship because it wouldn't cost you any anima, right? Right, okay, please, okay, now let's see if the warping actually works. Right, let's go to, I don't know, Limsa. So, warp, 133, -466, 40, 200. Okay, it does work, thank God. Alright, here, check this out, right? So, you can change the weather. Now, there are different weathers to manipulate not just the sky, but also the moon. So that's Dalamud, obviously, at sort of the start of the patches, I guess. Here is what it looked like at the end. Okay, so what we do is we do ! weather, and the key is 8032. Ready? Look at how cool that is. This is what people experience in the final moments. Look at how much bigger and better and more amazing that looks. And the clouds look fantastic. And I think if we mouse over here... Oh, no, up there it doesn't show you. But that is just absolutely epic. I love that so much. There's a primal weather as well I've never tried. Should we try that? That's 8028. Oh, that one doesn't seem to work very well. I think it's what weather can work on what zone and what time of day is all very precise, but I think that just looks amazing. So, in honor of all of that, let's now let's say thanks to Podley, and let's say thanks to you know, a beautiful world that was 1.0, and we may come back for Hildebrand, because there's a story about Hildebrand jumping up at the moon, right, or whatever. But yeah, okay, so I'm going to close this. Should I just close the whole game? I guess I probably should, because we don't need the audio. We're going to have the audio from the cutscenes here. I've got to hope this works. Yeah, I'm really, really glad I set this up, because I could sort of feel in my gut that there weren't enough cutscenes, right? Okay, so what we're looking at here is the final story chapter. It's this one here, Dalamud, I guess that says. So these events concerning Dalamud and Meteor were quests experienced through the Immortal Flames Grand Company. Unfortunately, I didn't have enough time to carry 2 additional characters through the Maelstrom or the Twin Adder, and so a few quests specific to those companies are not included here. Okay, so I've taken his stuff. I've applied like a bit of sharpening to them. I've blown them up because I'm streaming at 2K here, and his footage is not 2K, so I've tried to clean it up as best I can. I put a bit of a border around it as well. I don't know, because it might be fancy or interesting in some way to people. So let's just go through this. So the first, this is all in order. This is the first cutscene. He's called it Nightmare, and it'll be the same thing as what we just had in the inn there, but what's going to happen is I'm going to have to pause whenever we want to speak. Now, also, audio balance is probably a big thing here. Let me turn it down a bit, probably. That was way too loud, I assume. Sorry if that blew people's ears out. Tell me if you think the audio is good or bad, guys. Let me know. All right, here we go. So, I don't really know the context of this. What's happening here? Oh, his companion is the Makote. Okay. So it starts off with us having a nightmare of some kind? It's interesting to me that they, so I think that's Nail. I think that's where, I think that was the Rivenroad that we were looking at there as well and everything. It's interesting that the main story had introduced Gaius in that badass cutscene there with the Thancred thing. But when it came to the post patches, they did Nail instead. I guess they always intended to return to Gaius later. Okay, so we were asleep in the inn. That's amazing. I guess we're a Lady Makote actually this time here. This is the inn room that we were just watching the cutscenes on, and apparently that's what we got, some kind of nightmarish vision. Next, we have this career opportunities. Oh, okay. Never till land consumes sun can sea bear moons, heavens spew crimson flame. Hells seep black dooms. Oh, it's Urianger! Oh, Urianger's in it! Hearken unto me, ye seeker of truth, and through my words be saved. The cenary sun yields the sepentary moon, expelling the astral, beckoning the umbral. So saith the eternal wisdom of Messiah Thousand Eyes. I don't understand anything that he's talking about here. Well, there he is. What's the context of how we started this quest, though? A shadow hangeth over the realm, growing blacker with each passing day. Rise from thy waking slumber, see the nightmare for reality, and ready thyself for the coming chaos. Darkness descendeth, but surrender not to despair, for the future is... Well, as we watch through, we'll get a sense of how long this guy gives you to read, and how much I should pause. Looks like he gives plenty of time. Is forged in the flames of the present. Child of everlasting dawn, hast thou the courage to face the night? Heed Urianger's warning and join the cause, yes. The foul taint of deceit corrupteth thine heart and wills thee to deeds most sinister. I have sensed the hand that guideth thee, and know it of its intent. For loft, the truth lieth not in that which is spoken, but that which is left unspoken. Refuse to open thine eyes, and thou shalt linger in darkness for eternity. Urianger comes across so creepy here. Or mayhap the shadow, the dark shadow cast upon thy soul, hath rendered it unable to accept the dawn. What dark shadow upon us? Mayhap that shadow must needs be vanquished. What? He's attacking us? He can summon mobs? Whoa, his animation as he TP'd away there was amazing. So we kill the monster. Thancred's back. Ne'er till land consumes sun can see bare moons. Heavens spew crimson flame, hell seep black dooms. Thancred is quoting Urianger there, I guess. Reds, or Casia as we're now called. Well, this is a pleasant surprise indeed. Should you have an interest in the words of Messiah Thousand Eyes, I'd be more than happy to recite them to your heart's content. I confess I'm glad to have journeyed so far in search of my inspiration and muse. For the noble display you have shown me this day, I shall repay you with a kindness. I shall tell you of the prophet. Right. This is all very inscrutable, isn't it? More than 1,000 years past, a great calamity was visited upon this world. Across the sky. So, hold on. I haven't seen anything in 1.0 about, like, the era, the calamity eras, right? Like, they haven't used the phrase, we're in the 7th, right? Or we're in the 6th, or whatever. They haven't said any of that. So, is none of that law written? And with that in mind, what are they about to talk to me about here, right? So, more than 1,000 years past, in theory, they should be talking about the Great Flood, right? In theory. I think that's the one. More than 1,000 years past, but, I mean, he says more than. A great calamity was visited upon this world. Across the sky, a terrible blackness spread till no light could be seen, and then descended, seeping into the very hearts of men. Thus was he sorely afflicted, and his ways... This is very Hildebrandish, seeing the goblins there. And his ways perverted. Chaos was in all places all at once, and a myriad creation. Avarice reigned supreme, and civilization was thrown into a lawless struggle for wealth and power, the mighty taking as long as they saw fit with complete disregard for nature and fellow man alike. Evil begat evil, and ripened unchecked, taking on the promise of decay. Wait, sorry. Taking on the sickly sweetness of rot, near to bursting, and rank with the promise of decay. It was then that the 12, grieved by the corruption and sin that had gripped their creation, decided to purge the world of its evils with a cleansing deluge, proclaiming, "Behold the power of pure water." And thus began the 6th of the... Oh, here we go. They are saying the 6th. So it is a flood. It is all consistent. It is all correct. They even say the 6th era. But he's added an extra little detail here about this really dark, grim period right before the flood, which Encyclopedia Eorzea never talked about, or 2.0 never talked about, which is quite cool. And he attributes the flood to the gods. He says, "Behold the power of pure water, and thus began the 6th of the umbral calamities." I guess it's going to say when he clicks. Sorry, the 6th of the umbral eras. There is a moral in this story for those wise enough to find it. You see, it was we mortals who brought the great flood upon ourselves and our world, having left the gods no recourse. And so, if our faults ushered in an umbral era in the past, then our faults today... Sorry, then our strengths can prevent the coming of another in the future. You see, it was... he says, "So what say you? Will you pledge yourself to the side of good and fight to save the world? Know that you cannot rely blindly on others in things such as this. The road to victory must be found within yourself, as it must in all of us." I like how the camera isn't properly centered there. I guess they're playing as a dragoon, by the way. Full-blown got a job. "God, speaking to you has given me the most sublime idea for a poem. You are my muse. Truly you are." Yeah, is he a bard at the moment or what? Because he's throwing daggers and stuff. "But I shall take up no more of your time, nor you of mine. Until our paths cross again, be good and be well." Weird. This is so strange. So, we met Urianger, who said a bunch of cryptic stuff, summoned something, ran away. We fought it. Thancred was randomly there. Look at the world there, by the way. I have no idea where that is. Taking place. And then he teaches us a little bit about Calamity as far as he views. Oh, nice. This is the music. It should come as no surprise to hear it, but Lord Lolorito was not sitting idly by while the road was being lost. I shudder to think what sums exchange hands to secure this small piece. This is Aubrey of the Flames. But there's no need to worry. Whatever money we lost will soon be made back tenfold. While the other nations have already begun to limit their trade, Ul'dah has seized near complete control of the flow of arms, and this upon the eve of war. Garland Ironworks, hey, is producing the finest weaponry in the realm, and we mean to make them the most sought-after goods on the market. Being a member of the Immortal Flames, these weapons will of course be at your own disposal as well, should you rise high enough in our ranks. So remember, a lot of this is going to be set here with the Flames, because this is the perspective that he, this player played through. He or she. Oh, who are these guys? Hey, it's Sid! Oh my god, finally! Whoa, he looks weird. Why is his chin so thin? Look at how narrow his face is. And how chunky his neck is. What's with the locket around his chest? I don't remember that. Is that a thing? 2. Oh my god, it's because he's shaved. You're right. He doesn't have a beard. He looks like a vampire. He has the whole third eye and the goggles and everything. This reminds me of that really weird scene, actually, when we had him on the airship, remember? Whoa. Master Garland. Garland. While my team's initial reportings proved inconclusive, when combined with recent reports from the Immortal Flames... There's no mistaking it, sir. Your hypothesis has become fact. Well, we got some sinister music here. Some new, different sinister music. Meteor, he says. ... God, do you see how thick his wrists were? So we just overhear that. Oh, this is cool. That room's open. Wait. Where are we? In the Immortal Flames in Ul'dah as I know it, that door doesn't exist, does it? Oh, shit. I want to log back in and go there. Alright, bye-bye, Sid. Alright, so there you go. That's that one. Let me see here. So, we just watched 3. This is called An Officer and a Wise Man. Brothers and sisters of the sea, hearken unto me. Oh, this is Melvib. Is this her first scene? Look upon this, our mighty crimson standard, and tell me your hearts do not swell with pride. 700 summers and 700 winters have we chronicled since our forefathers first arrived in this fertile bay, guided by the good grace of the Mother of Oceans. Or listen to this Limsa music. In that time, the world has looked on in awe as Lominsa grew from humble fishing village to uncontested ruler of the 5 seas and beyond, from the Pearl in the east to the Isles of the Umber in the west, from the Far Reach in the north to the Ceruleum in the south. And where the thalassocracy does not command respect, it instills fear. We, friends, are a mighty galleon, the realm our sea to sail. But even now, a brave vessel is being drawn into the midst of a terrible storm. A storm that threatens to scatter our hopes to the wind and send our souls plummeting to the abyss. A storm raised by the Garlean Empire. A fearsome foe, to be sure. But, my friends, my shipmates, ask unto any captain of any vessel, pray, what would be the best way to weather a storm? And they will ask the same. By the way, I think this cutscene it's a maelstrom. It's not this. The website, he's got like a little glimpse into the Maelstrom stuff and a little glimpse into the Gridania stuff, and that's what you're looking at here. Heave to and hold fast. Yet, to endure the raging tempest's spite, the captain needs the strength of the whole crew, from the highest officer to the lowest tarboy. And though the course be wrought with peril and the captain ask the impossible, it is imperative that each man obey, lest the storm claim all. Bollocks! Cork that fancy gob of yours! There's bilge enough below! I answers for one captain, and he ain't a preening whore in a sailor suit. Oh my god. Oh my god, he fucking threw something at her! A tomahawk, and she just caught it. There is nary a soul in this hall who would disagree when I say this city-state is as much yours as it is mine, that it was founded on the premise of the sea, and each and every man is free. Dude, don't fuck with Melvib. She's gonna throw it back. And he fell over. I know that since its founding, it's become a beacon of hope to those who seek the same freedom in all things, a haven for adventurers and merchants, vagrants and vagabonds, all who crave respite from the tyrannies of the world beyond. And so, as admiral of this proud vessel, I pledge you this. Though it mean offering up mine own body and blood to the navigator herself, I, Melvib, shall see you safe through this storm. Melvib Blofisvin, I think is how we say it. The Maelstrom shall see you safe through this storm. Brothers and sisters of the sea, come, gather beneath our undying crimson standard and pledge me your strength, your skill, your wisdom. Show the enemy your fatal blades, granting them the same mercy they would us, and commit them to the gaping abyss. This is just like a big, pump-up scene. The Maelstrom has launched its final destination in New Eorzea, where Lominsa's founding principles shall shine like the lodestone and reverberate like thunder, till sea swallows all. And here's Ishtola, and she was listening. This is like that scene in 2.0 where she listens to a speech like that and she doesn't know whether she really agrees, right? Well, so there you go. Their finest hour now. I think this will be back to the... Oh, this is the Gridanian side of it. People of the forest, people of the elementals, hear me. The evil which radiates forth from Dalamud is possessed of an unforeseen strength. Often and will it assails our hedge, profaning the sanctity of the Twelveswood. And so I have returned to our city. I am Kani Senna, sister to all Gridanians, and I stand with you now at the turn of the tide. Is Reborn and Nanamo in the equivalent of this? I come to live amongst you and guide you. Oh, cool! Remember in 2.0 we heard that little thing in the story that she was away for a long time and she's only just come back? Here it is. This is her coming back. I come to live amongst you and guide you to eat of the same bread and sleep beneath the same trees, to awake your hopes and assuage your fears. Through me shall the voices of the elementals be known, for I am their vessel, and as I am their servant, so too am I yours. One of the great ones, lords among elementals, has seen the dangers which threaten our Gridania and have given counsel. They would see us hold to our righteousness and trust to our bravery. So long as we protect our forest, they told me, Nofika will never abandon us to the darkness. So many like nods to the gods. Our forest, they said. For the great ones in their wisdom see that we too are one with this land, just as the trees and grasses. See, I've always found 2.0 really funny, in that, like, it ends with that the base game ends with that big scene with Gaius saying, why don't you summon your gods? The gods, the gods, the gods. And there's kind of this big thing in his monologue. But through most of the story, they don't talk about them much, you know? You pick them at character creation, and then it kind of falls to the background so much. And they feel in the background through all of it that I've played so far. Maybe it changes after Shadowbringers, but I don't know. Let us offer our thanks to the creation around us, to the skies, the earth, the waters, to this Eorzea which nurtures even us before our birth and embraces us even after our death, and let us protect it so long as we draw breath. To do that, brothers and sisters, we must purge the taint which now sullies it. That the empire of Dalamud is the source of this taint, this infection. It is as clear as the waters of our own mirror. Smith in chat says, wait, did Yoshi P's team do this? Yeah, I think all this stuff now is all Yoshi P. It's all post-release. The deeds of the Guardians deny that which is right. Order flees. Order flees before their coming. Oh, I see, order. And chaos reigns in their wake. Dalamud has lost its way. Too long has it revelled in the darkness and destruction of its own atrocities and depravities. Yet the day... It's funny, they talk about these atrocities and depravities, but don't show me any of them. What are they? Teach me about them. Aside from the conquering, obviously. Yet, the day of reckoning is at hand. Soon, its sin-dimmed eyes will be open to the light of righteousness. Sin-dimmed eyes. Soon it will know justice. Gridanians, mine own brothers and sisters all, keepers of the myriad secrets of nature, holders of the ancient wisdom of tree and stone. All who bear love for this forest before all else. Know that though the people of Eorzea are born to many lines and in many lands, we all share but a single fate. Our difference must be laid to rest. Come, offer me your hands, that we might unite in common cause. Join me in steadfast union and unwavering harmony, just as the twin adders that form our sigil. Here's the two younger ones as well. Our differences must be laid to rest. Sorry, we already read that. We must aid and assist one another. Make sure that you make all that you have. That of all. I, boon and burden both. Share your water and your thirst. Share of your grain and your hunger. Share of your hope and your grief. Do this, and together... united, we shall weather this storm. I like these shots in the cutscene of the little animals and critters around. Don't get much of that in 2.0. Find righteousness and bravery within your hearts, and with them expunge the disease which afflicts our world. We may be on for another cutscene much like this, guys. Because there might be an Ul'dah one coming in a second. This is very pretty. Wow. Must have been so weird deving for a bunch of this stuff, knowing it was about to go away forever. And have faith, for in time Nofika's bounty will be unveiled to us all. Till that day dawns, I pledge that I am and have been among you. The order of the twin adder is a union, the joining of the spirits of the forest with our own. By it are we bound together. Ooh, very pretty. The dancing and spinning with the flowers in the hair. Hey, Papa Nemo's enjoying it. The two kids there had a very Alphino Alice in the theatre, not theatre. You know, there's a speech in 2.0 where they're listening in, kind of vibes like that. In this forest shall the seeds be sown for a new era of peace. All may enjoy the fruits of our labours. Lo, how they quicken. And there's Papalimo looking to speak to us, I guess. Hey, hey! Hey, hey, hey! Okay, that's Papalimo. And the Gridania thing. This one's called Burning Man. Yeah, and this one's probably the Ul'dah speech. But who is delivering it? Oh, we're at the steps of the throne room up there. It's Reborn! To all with the sandstorm in your hearts and fire in your bellies, hear me. I am Reborn Aldin, proud son of Alamigo and proud man of Ul'dah. You all know my deeds, and by them you know me. That feels very familiar, that sentence. And so you know that no man is more aware of the opportunities in this great city can afford, nor of the dreams of those who live here. We do not yearn for an end to the Garleans' attacks, to merely survive, poor and hungry. We seek fortune, and the freedom to enjoy it. Yeah, that's it, Reborn. You use both your arms. That's the syndicate back there. Lullarito is one of them. I'll not play you false. The Empire threatens our way of life, even here in the south. But with this great danger comes the chance for great glory and great profit. Never have we known a time of such rich opportunity, and I, for one, mean to make the most of it. I've never heard him talk about profit so much. I swear here and now in the name of Sultana Nanamo. Ul'Namo. Our immortal flames will consume the Garleans. We will sear their flesh and char their bones. And when they burn, they will beg our mercy, and we will name its price. Oh, what a legend. So I say to any among you who lust for both battle and coin. Craftsmen, merchants, warriors, adventurers! Grasp not for the quick profit in plain view. Cast your lot with the immortal flames and know glory and wealth untold. Forge arms and armor. I like these kind of close-up ensemble shots as well. I feel like you don't see those much either. Stockade, meat and mead. Temper yourselves in both mind and body. And should you lack for the combat or the knack of crafting, make us a weapon of your wealth. Long live the Sultana, long live Ul'dah. And he nods to Thancred. Well, whose speech was best, guys? I don't know who I think was the best speech. Maybe Melvib's, to be honest. Okay, so with those are like the intros. So now I think we just get like the story. For what it's worth, we've already done 6 cutscenes. There's only about 20 to do, so. But here we go, and some of them might be, you know, those are all quite long. Those 2-3 minute ones. So we're back to it now. I think there's a couple of side quest cutscenes in here as well. This is quite crazy. What's going on here? Melvib's on a boat. She's just shot a bunch of people. I noticed one of the places I can warp to is a Lominsa boat. Ain't one to back down, are you, Melvib? Says Hifil here. If I were, what manner of admiral would I make? And he laughs at her. None at all. Me ships are yours. May you lead them to glory. I'm not sure what this is. This must be one of the side quests. I wonder if this was being... That's an echo. That was an echo vision that we got, apparently, at some point. Very curious. This one's called Disorganized Crime. We've seen Carney. What is this thing? Whoa, do you know I was talking about the icon, the disc. Do you remember I was talking about that, guys? Let me see if I can find it. This. Remember that? On the disc. Isn't that what that looked like? Look, see? What is it, though? What are these things? There's got a knife in it. What are these things? Oh, they're just the elementals, are they? Are they the elementals on the box, then? I didn't realise you ever saw the elementals. Are the elementals at any point in Realm Reborn? Carney, is that you? Holy shit, some of the elementals have been killed. Sister, are these the great ones? So many of them dead. No, who could it... It can't be. Who could have done this? What the hell? I didn't realise you ever saw the elementals. The White Mage quest shows you them. Does it? I've played the White Mage quest. No, it can't be. Who could have done this? Oh, maybe later White Mage quests that I haven't done yet, because I've not done all of them, obviously. Oh, you see them in Eureka. Oh, God, yeah, there are elementals in Eureka. I guess I never clocked that they were the same as the Gridanian ones. Oh, wow, I love the sound of the rain. Soon our own time will come, and theirs has. And when it does, we will follow them down the path they have taken. Whoever did this will know the forest's vengeance. I vow to find those responsible, sister. I pray that you do, Ryo. As for myself, I will see to... Shit, hold on, we got to rewind. That went so quick. I vow to find those responsible. I pray that you do. I will see that the protection of the Gridanians. Their protection? Surely you don't mean to return to the city, to stay there. Even she looks a bit younger there. You mustn't. If we don't find those who did this, the Green Wrath will go unsated. The risk is too great. What's the Green Wrath? Love is the true gift of Nothica, little sister. Now more than ever, I must take that love fully into my heart and guide our people through these dark times. The art is meant to be Hydaelyn. What? But Hydaelyn's a giant crystal. Okay, so she arrived and said... look, I've come to live with you in the city, and then we get this echo scene, which shows us what happened before then, maybe? And what's going on here? Hey, being blessed with the echo doesn't give you the right to spy on whomsoever you please. God's sakes, women. We're the seedseers of Gridania. I see, yeah, so we learned that the elementals have been attacked like that. I won't forget this. And she feels, Oh, I like that. People do a lot more teleporting in cutscenes in this, don't they? Like, way more. Okay. This is another Echo cutscene. Oh my god, the tournament sounds loud. This is Echo again because of the intro. Oh, is this Reborn fighting and winning his way up? This is cool. Oh shit. We get to see Reborn win his freedom. Oh my god, and it's really well animated too. He dropped the shield. Oh, I like this. I don't really notice his hair was kind of grey with like the braids before. Your Grace, you mustn't. The danger is too great. Please, Your Grace, come back, I beg you. It seems you're the one that needs looking after, Mace Champ. Oh, he falls over. Doesn't she, like, embrace him? She loves him, right? Reborn! Your Grace. I have kept the promise that you made, Your Grace. So you have, and I in time shall keep mine. This is the start of their relationship together. With your winnings, you have become one of the 6 most wealthy souls in all Ul'dah, and so, as tradition dictates, Reborn Ul'dah, you have earned yourself a seat on the Syndicate. May your new station garner you still greater glories. I am honoured, Your Grace, and vow to serve with every fibre of my being from this day till my last. This is great. I just wish I knew in what context players were triggering these cutscenes. Long live the Sultana and long live Ul'dah. Like we're getting an Echo cutscene there, right? But what am I echoing to and from? Am I just standing around at the Grand Company HQ and getting an echo? Do you know what I mean? Surely I'm speaking to Reborn in that scene. All right, so that was 9. So we're on to 10 now. See that? 'Tis just as I told you. Show them a bit of steel and they slinks off like scolded whelps, tails between their legs. Now let's grab the lum and get back to the ship. Aye, aye, Captain. Enough. We know what you and your vile companions at the ferry docks are up to. It will not be allowed. Relinquish the Ceruleum. Okay, so this is a flame sergeant speaking. So this is clearly like a flame quest, right? In fact, let me just check here. No, apparently this is a Maelstrom thing, actually. Or it's tagged as a Maelstrom thing. Do this and you'll receive a fair trial. You have my word as a corporal of the Immortal Flames. Gods of mercy, a corporal of the Immortal Flames, you say? Bah! Would then be the same Immortal Flames as can stop a mighty army of 2 sea dogs and a poxy-ass venturer from robbing them in broad daylight? How in the 7 hells do you reckon you'll fare when the Imperials start raining their fiery justice down upon your golden spires, eh? Just because I reckon you'll burn. Aye. It'll be a right sore time for you if the Maelstrom don't pull your sorry ass from the wreckage. Ha, it was foolish for me to attempt to reason with a criminal from a city-state which chose its leader based on the outcome of a race. But this is good. I like seeing a bit of tension between the city-states. And we call the Emulger beasts. Captain, why haven't we gutted them yet? So this is the Storm versus the Flames. Well. Stop! Stay your blades. It's Sid. There is no need for bloodshed. Eh? Which hell did this worm crawl up from? Ceruleum is a highly unstable source of energy. It's so weird looking at this Sid. Look at him. One spark from a pair of crossed blades, one ember from an errant fire spell would be all that was required for ignition, and the resultant conflagration would initiate a chain reaction that would swiftly spread throughout the mountain and, well, I imagine you can piece together the rest. Hey, do I look a bloody scholarly? Sod off, before I show you, me lads, what's inside that clever brain case of yours. Do you truly believe that squabbling with allies will avert the coming doom? Evil approaches, and standing alone will only make you that much more vulnerable. And I speak not only of the Garlean Empire, but of something else, something more sinister. Have you not looked up to the sky and noticed something amiss? The lesser moon, Dalamud. Have you not witnessed it swell like a tumour? Redden like the gout. Even the realm's natural flow of etheric energy has been disrupted. All Aetherwood should pass through Silvertear Lake upon returning to the land, but now that's news to me. I knew that Silvertear Lake was supposed to be like the most magical, like it was like a ley line hub, right? I didn't realize this. All Aether should pass through Silvertear Lake upon returning to the land, like when people die, right? But now it appears that something's bending the energy's course, drawing it away. Okay, it feels like it's the story starting here now, right? It feels like this is it now. Something's drawing it away. So this is galvanized Sid to come here and figure out what's going on. And obviously he muttered about Meteor earlier. This has upset the balance of all life and matter in Eorzea. It's why the weather's become unpredictable, why creatures have grown so large and fierce, and why crystals are why crystals are losing their aspect. Quite what would be drawing the Aether, and what will happen if this phenomenon is allowed to continue, I cannot say. But what I can tell you with absolute certainty is that your petty quarrels over money and power are as grains of dust compared to the sandstorm that boils just over the horizon. Bloody scholarlies! Back to the ship before the bookish... Ugh. Back to the ship before the bookish bastard bores us all to death. Hopefully that's not what we're doing here, guys. Wait! I order you to return here this instant! Says Sid. And we speak to him. Ah, I'm not one to entertain so idle a notion as fate, but it's difficult to ascribe our repeated meetings to mere circumstance. Yeah, let's become fast friends. Why am I here, you ask? All in good time, my friend. Meet me at Lominsa, standing atop the mizzenmast, and I shall enlighten you. So he says go to Limsa atop the mizzenmast, but that might be because that was a Maelstrom perspective. He might meet you somewhere else when it was Immortal Flames. So the next cutscene we see, I don't know. Okay, so this one's called Appetite for Destruction. This is Twin Adder, by the way, this one. This might be the same sort of thing. It might be... Isn't this thing the final boss in one of the early dungeons? Shield your eyes, look away! Yeah, see, this is Sid's. It's done, the beasts, they dread the brightness. Tell me, are you Arthur? You hurt, can you stand? Don't touch me! Oof. That flare, the airship, you're of the Garland Ironworks. You fled to Eorzea, fearing only for your own craven hides, ignoring the atrocities suffered by the people of Alamigo, atrocities committed by your hand, by the weapons you created. Oh, this isn't just a total equivalent, is it? It's just more development. You bloody murderers! An eternity in the Seven Hells would be too merciful a punishment for your like. I ought to flay you where you stand and leave you for the crows. Gods damn you. Gods damn you all. And now will Sid defend himself and say, look, we got more important things to focus on, like the moon. Lewin says, Arthur, enough. And Sid says, so you were there. You saw the atrocities? The devastation? I will not deny it. The Magitech weapons we created laid waste to Alamigo and slaughtered its people. Would that I could undo it, but I cannot. And now those weapons are trained upon all of Eorzea. This is good as well. A scene like this should have been transplanted to 2.0. I want to hear more about his guilt and what he did. What the EMP, what we have done, can never be forgiven. Nor should it. A dead forgiven is too easily forgotten. We knew when we chose to walk amongst you that we would not escape your anger and your hatred. But now is the time to fight. We mean to face the coming evil, but we cannot do so without your strength. It'll be hard, I know, but I must learn what you saw in Alamigo. Liar, craven! Stay that traitorous tongue before I rip it out. Lewin just beat him up. He was long in Alamigo. All who have learned to trust no one more's the pity. Pray give him time. He needs rest. We'll see him back to Gridania. That's funny. You just sucker punched him and now you're talking about trust. I tell you, the Dragoon Estinian armor looks really good, I think. So did you have to play all 3 Grand Companies to really grasp the story? That's falling into some issues like what the personal story had. Alright, so this one's Know Your Enemy. Do we learn more about Imposture? I would hope so. I haven't played it or beaten it though. Charlador says, you know nothing, fool, nothing. Your pathetic realm worships Sid Garland, the genius, the creator. Ha! But did you know that he was once an engineer of Dalamud, an artisan in the employ of his radiance? No, of course you bloody didn't. Well, we did. We just learned it. He's driven by a great passion, yet blinded by it as well. His research and experiments made our empire what it is, spilling the blood of hundreds, thousands in the process. A small price to pay for his art. See, this is all really good stuff, and it adds a lot to the whole Nero dynamic as well. The fact that, you know, Nero's still happily forging on with that just out of his own vanity. Or was. Pre-Crystal Tower storyline. And even post-Crystal Tower, you might say he is. But Sid's given it all up. For years, he enjoyed his Radiance's favour, being given all he ever asked, until one day he tired of his duties, turned his cloak, and forsook us for this doomed realm. All his own ends, lest you doubt it. That monster never gave him a damn... That monster never gave a damn about... anything else. And the dogs at the Ironworks named me a traitor? Ha! They who serve the greatest traitor of all? Isn't that right, Sid? Is Sid here? There he is. Charlador, so you were the spy among us. I think what's happened, the guy that did this website has captured all 3 of these scenes. The Ul'dah one, the Maelstrom one, the Limsa one. Because they each give you a different insight into Sid's backstory. You were ordered to steal our findings to learn what we knew of Dalamud. For Meteor. Stay your bloody tongue. The stench of the icons permeates this pathetic realm. Even now, I feel saturated by it. I can taste their stink. And every time I do, I fear that I've somehow been infected by it. Destruction alone can deliver this Eorzea from its taint. And I love this. This is a Garlean that's like really, really anti-primal. And you can feel the hate for them seething off of him. And destruction it will know. No man can stop Ifrit. Nor Leviathan and Titan, nor the icons yet to come. Only Eorzea's end will bring about their death. So when you beat, like, Ifrit in the trial and stuff in 1.0, did you actually beat him? Oh, here we go. Long live Nail Vandanus. Long live Dalamud. See, remember, it's not the 14th Legion here. It's the 7th Legion, led by Nail instead. So Gaius appeared in 1.0 very briefly, had that cool cutscene, but has kind of been sidestepped now for this stuff. Oh my god, is he going to jump off the cliff? Oh my god! Good camera work again, by the way. Whoa. He comes tumbling off the rocks. Ha! Spoken like a true Garlean. There's much I would ask, but not here. I'll expect you in the airship landing in Ul'dah. Okay. Goodbye, weird Sid. It's definitely a Riker moment, right? He's got to grow that beard. Okay, we're about halfway done, guys, with the Dalamud story now. In terms of number of files, I don't know about runtime, actually. It's him! It's Louis Soir! Finally! Oh, I was hoping to, like, see him in engine, run around and actually, like, chat with him. He's rendered quite well there as well, isn't he? Jesus Christ. Most of the Louis Soir I've seen in this entire project are like screenshots they took and put on their website, which was so low res. Behold, the fate of they who went before you. Not a single mortal who has bared steel before Ifrit has come out the victor. Let this be a grave reminder of the arduousness of your task. I thought we were going to be having a conversation with Sid here, but no. Attend me. Though all things happen for a reason, it falls to each individual to find meaning in that which comes to pass. That's... In this case, the message is painfully clear. Hubris is as much your enemy as the foe who stands before you. Anything less than complete focus on the task at hand, and you'll be made to pay the self-same price as these poor fools. It's unfortunate with these dead moments, but I can't predict how long he's going to give me to read, so I'm just going to have to pause. If you understand this and still wish to proceed, hand me the infernal flambeau. But, like, when did I first meet him? Where did he come from? Now, step through the gate. Beckoned by the flame of the infernal flambeau, the primal Ifrit shall descend. The mind is a powerful thing. By its influence alone, one man will stand while another will fall. Today, it will determine who is consigned to history, Ifrit or you and yours. Be calm and unclouded of mind, and you may yet prevail. This must be the Ifrit patch, right? Another TP in a cutscene there. I wonder if we get a cool, like, Ifrit summoning again. Oh, look at that with the eclipse there. Okay, and then we have the fight, and now it's just cut to the end. Oh, and there's this thing. I was wondering what these were. Is that how we TP in and out of instances? Oh shit, look! Wait, is that Nail? Nail looks awesome! Oh my god! I like how the design is quite similar to Gaius's, but, not exactly. So Nail, by the way, I think is like... That to me is masculine. That's a man, as far as I can see. but I think they get referred to as a woman in some other situations, and it's like people don't really know whether they're a man or a woman. I don't think you ever see the helmet come off. Something like that. That's a pretty cool design, though. So, it's the White Raven, right? Gaius is the Black Wolf, and Nail is the White Raven. Oh, I love the idea that we get to see all of these, like, Legatus level guys. Like, there's how many legions? 14 legions? They could do a bunch. Be like the judges in 12, you know? Anyway, Nail says, bravo, bravo. Truly a performance worthy of song. They watched me kill Ifrit. I would know the name of the hero who dare defies a god. And we can say our name, or we can say it's unimportant. Ah, a name I shan't soon forget. Allow me to return the favor. I am Nail Van Darnus, Legatus of the 7th Imperial Legion. I come bearing the light of salvation to the people of Eorzea. I wonder if we learn more about this person in Endwalker. It warms my heart to know that there are still those who would attempt to preserve life upon this forsaken continent, and by the blood of fallen icons, no less. Yeah, in theory, they'd be like, yeah, you're killing icons, we like you. A noble struggle, I grant you, but one that is sadly beyond hope. Alone, you stand no chance of survival. None. If you are to prevail, you must needs accept the outstretched hand of salvation, the hand of the Garlean Empire. I know full well your people see the Empire as little more than a covetous beast, hungry for territory. But naught could be further from the truth. The world is stricken by an evil blight, her people given to despair. Seeing this, the Empire was moved. Yeah, we didn't need to pause that one. With pity, it reached out to the other nations, bringing them under its wing that they might know deliverance. For ours is the radiance that shall banish the darkness that threatens to engulf the land. Embrace the light, daughter of the south, and your progeny shall live to see a brighter tomorrow. They call Eorzea the daughter of the south. That's awesome as well. Yet know that the light is unbending, its judgment absolute. By its illumination all is laid bare, the world revealed in its truest form. This is just like Gaius's monologue. Oh my god, isn't it? This is Nail's monologue, right? This is the equivalent. The bold shall inherit the world, and the beautiful shall... This is like, imagine if this was an MSQ roulette, guys. The bold shall inherit the world, and the beautiful shall rule it, so long as the light decreed, and so it must be. So the light is decreed. Only then shall the land be free of chaos. Never till the land... By the way, notice how they just completely sidestepped the Ascian stuff. And the Paragon stuff. Till land consumes sun can see bare moons. Heaven spew crimson flame, hell seep black dooms. There's that line again. And I think the whole story here, guys, is they're all basically tempered. They're tempered by another icon, Bahamut. Oh, we're finally going to see and deal with Bahamut stuff. I'm so happy. I see these words are lost upon you, that the children of this land should have grown up ignorant of the sacred prophecies of your... Like, and the great irony here is you got the Empire themselves have been tempered and are doing the bidding of a primal here in their war to destroy primals. It's a good story, right? I mean, it's totally buried under all the jank, but, you know. The slumbering emperors of old Allag are surely turning in their graves. Oh, that's the first time I've seen Allag be talked about here in 1.0. But I will not blame you for your father's negligence. Permit me to explain it as I might a child of Dalamud. Naught is eternal, nay, not even the dance of the stars upon the celestial sea. The hour of reckoning is at hand. Soon the crimson star shall descend, and the land shall be purged of its taint. I've turned it down because that's a hell of a loud sound effect. Oh, but what manner of foul shadow will the unredeemed souls of your countrymen cast by the light of judgment? The mere imagining of it cuts me to the quick. Holy shit, we TP'd out. Whoa. That was a hell of an attack. Oh my god. Wait, did this just auto-play to the next cutscene? No. Oh my god, that was a long one with Louis Suarez at the start. But what was the context before this? What are these bodies? Why am I standing here? What happened? Ah, we've missed bits. Alright, 14. Like father, like son. Relentless Knight said, I realized my post was 38 minutes behind. Now an hour. But if you're doing PoE, definitely post a dedicated video. I mean, I might. What I'd like to do is, like, highlights. I'll see what I can do. Like, day one, first impressions kind of thing. Okay, so we've all TP'd away. Sid's here. He said, so you found me, and what now, Raven? This is cool. A scene with fucking Nail and Sid together? Ah, but you already know full well, you know Dalamud seeks to save this world, to cleanse it of the Icon's taint. And you also know that to do so, we require the ancient secrets of Allag. Secrets said to have died with the Empire long ago. Secrets of which you know quite a deal. So come, Master Sid, and tell me what it is I wish to know. The secrets of Allag. What's he looking for right now? It's not the ultimate weapon, obviously. I guess maybe a bit about the Crystal Tower, or just, you know... It's funny, in my entire series so far, we still haven't really explained what the moon is. Well, we have. It's a prison for Bahamut, so maybe he's just trying to learn more about the prison, right? Meteor, you truly mean to do it then? To bring down Dalamud? Is this an Echo flashback, by the way? This might be Echo. This might be the moment Sid defects. Are we technically looking at Dalamud here, maybe? Or maybe not. No, maybe not. How shrewd. You're really excited to hear I'm going to play PoE? Yeah, come join Discord. We've been talking about a bunch. We have a dedicated channel. Check the description. Anyone, anytime. Come join us. And, you know, lots of conversations been going on about it. I've been asking advice on builds and things I want to do. How shrewd. Good. You will save us much time. Long have we sought to rediscover knowledge of the meteor sorcery. For years it was Midas Nan Garland who led our efforts. Your father was both a genius and a patriot. There you go. Midas Nan Garland. Did the name of his dad appear in 2.0? I guess you don't see his dad in this. This is eerily similar to the Gaius stuff, right? It's so similar. I'm loving that we're experiencing this. I know who my father was, just as I know how he was killed serving Dalamud's blind ambitions. I thought he was still alive at this point in the story, just tempered by Bahamut. Was he killed? Bosja Citadel. Holy shit, look, the word Bosja's here. Oh my god. Bosja Citadel, an entire city gone. I can't believe it, man. It's all correct. All the lore is there. It's fucking wild. Bosja Citadel, an entire city gone in the blink of an eye. All the literature left to us of Allag, the lunar transmitter, the testing facilities, all gone without a trace. Not a page or stone remained, nor even a corpse. Bosja, guys, for those out of the loop, here we're reading about this in 1.0. Bosja becomes like a giant side story in Shadowbringers. So, like, fucking 6-7 years later. And you get to, I believe you go to that city. And you learn all about what happened with Sid's dad and everything. You've seen what Meteor's capable of. You think yourself the world's salvation, but hear me, Darnus. This is not power meant to be wielded by man. Well, the Allagans were doing it. The Allagans were quite awesome, I think. You disappoint me, Sid Nan Garland. Your father was proud to serve as Grand Minister of Industry under His Excellence. By virtue of his feats alone were you named Minister after him. Wow, Sid became a minister too, did he? Yeah, and this all upset Nero massively. Why deny his successes? His work delivered the very thing we seek. The purity of nothingness. Oh, look, another nihilistic villain. Purity, you sick, deluded bastard. That's no purity. Should Dalamud fall, all will be reduced to dust and ash. You praise my father's work, but what it delivered was death and oblivion. You're merely too full to see it. There's a weird clicking going on with their footage here. Spoken like a true craven, a failed son unable to crawl from beneath his father's shadow. You have been too long in this foul realm. It seems not even a garland is immune to its taste. I love this Magitech stuff. It really feels like Magitech. I feel like in 2.0 I don't get that sense very much. A new world awaits, and only by the strength of Dalamud will it be realized. I will not suffer you to interfere. Oh my god! Oh shit, he's got a little grapple. Oh, cool. Whoa. So it softened the fall, I guess. And they think he's dead, but they don't realize he didn't fall as badly as... It's quite a tricky idea to convey there in the action, but okay, cool. So Sid survives his encounter with Nail. Alright, wow. That was like father, like son. Next is Feast of Fools. Now this is marked as a side quest. It's only a minute long. Whoa, what is this? Moogles fighting the airship? Have at it, Kupo! Show no quarter! Oh, look, they're all singing and dancing and playing on it. Wow, that's cool. Hey, wait! Don't leave me behind, Kupo Popo! Oh, yeah, getting that, the Moogle emote in there. That's brilliant. Wahaha, it's done for! A pathetic excuse for a war machine, if you ask me. Kupo. Oh, dearie me! Dude, the song in the background is the dun 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 dun. It's the Moggle music. Even that's from 1.0. Kupo, who in the seven hells are they? Meddling adventures, I'd wager. We may be furry and adorable. Be afraid, adventurers, be very afraid. By the time we finish with you, you'll be fit for fertilizing the 12s with little else, Kupo. Is this the this is the summoning of the Moogles? Primal. It's so weird. Like we didn't see anything about the summoning of the other primals yet, right? Well, there you go. That was a Feast of Fools. Next, Careless Whisper. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Guys, we're on 16. And there's only 21 files. So, I think one of them's quite long. One of these files is a full gig in size. But yeah, this one here is only 2 minutes. Oh, was that a Halloween thing? Oh, was it? Okay, interesting. It's funny, you get a sense of how bad the open world was, right? In that all of these cutscenes are taking place in just like really generic looking areas of like the landscape. There's like never a interesting landmark, right? It's just this is generic Ul'dah background, this is generic Limsa background. Holy shit, what's going on here? You know, this is for years and years and years, guys. I petitioned and made very clear my belief with Guild Wars that they should re-implement Season 1 because it's weird to have a missing chapter of the story. And I never felt that strongly about it in this game's case because, you know, they did such a hard reset with 2.0 anyway. But playing it now, I'll tell you what. It'd be cool to have this in New Game Plus, wouldn't it? It would be so cool. And sort of stitched together a little better. So we fight a Machina after it broke a bunch of stuff. And then we enter some kind of... Oh my god, guys, wait, is this where the Waking Sands ends up? It looks like it, doesn't it? Maybe? Here's Reborn. Oh, and her! And she's a traitor, we know, right? From the 2.0 story. That's quite interesting to see her there. I forget her name, but she's a traitor, right? I wonder if she does anything suspicious in this cutscene. Report, soldier. Sir, yes, sir. A host of a new type of Imperial juggernauts fell on the ferry docks, dealing extensive damage to 2 vessels at anchor. Casualties are in excess of 10 score, with thrice that number wounded. Ivy, was that her name? Yeah. Fires broke out in multiple locations, but were swiftly extinguished. Our numbers insufficient to mount pursuit. The enemy was able to withdraw unchallenged. We failed to bring down a single juggernaut. Whoa, look at that! The ship's sinking and stuff? Oh, Ivy was just her spy name. Yeah, what was her, like, normal name? Those blasted Imperials and their toys. This truly bodes ill. Second Lieutenant Elgin of the Flames, who took the field. None but you succeeded in felling a juggernaut. That's our sole consolation in this ill-fated mission. Consider your service noted. Dismissed. They're doing that thing again where they refer to our player character with the second name when you're dealing with the Grand Companies. There you go. So that was... No, I don't think that was a side quest. That was 16. Here's 17 out of 21. Oh, hold on. Sorry, let me just check here. Oh, this one's called In for Garuda Wakening, so I suppose it's quite long. This one's 9 minutes. I think this is the longest file as well, actually. Wherefore you come hither? Sorry, I'm trying to read chat and read the story at the same time here. You who have no power here, you have no hope. No hope, none. Landwalkers are worms bound to crawl in filth. I shall scatter you all, for I am the wind. Sorry, I could do a much more harpyish, shrill voice, but... we get the picture. It's Garuda. The reckoning comes, the reckoning of all mortals. This is the price of your folly, the price of using the crystal's power, my power, to weaken the other from slumber. Sorry, to waken the other from slumber. That power belongs to me, all of it. It is mine, all mine. I love this thing of the people caught in the wind. We will not live, you will not live to repeat your folly. It ends, worms of the forest, it all ends. Oh, that was such a cool transition. Let's rewind that. Watch this, ready? Oh, it was slightly jankier. On rewatch, I saw the cut. Now, die! Die, die, die! Die! Your honoured sprats cannot save you, nor themselves. I will slake the roots with their blood. I will festoon the canopy with their entrails. There's going to be lots of generic evil dialogue from Garuda here. There we go. She was laughing there. I didn't have to. Oh, sorry. It's still quite low volume. Sorry, everyone. Let's turn that back up a bit. So she drops her feather. Oh, says Joseph. Gridania, please. You must help the others. This is kind of cool. You know, the primal fights always feel so isolated, like they're just in their little arena. They don't really harass or threaten or do anything. But here it's like she's actually going to attack Gridania. No one is safe. The Seed Seers, everyone. The Archons, heed their words. Garuda must be stopped. That's so cool. That whole village has just got a permanent whirlwind around it now. Oh, here we go. These are the standing stones. This is where we were before. Oh, the music. Okay, are these exactly the... are these the same as the 2.0 ones? Or are they just the same idea, but better? Am I just misremembering how cool the 2.0 ones are? Because that was awesome. It feels like it was very similar to the 2.0 one, right? But is it different? What? Well, maybe it's not. I don't know. Anyway, here she is. She's dead. No, no! The crystals! The crystals! Oh, I'm really sorry, guys. Was that too loud, was it? Sorry, guys. Sorry. My power, no! It is my power. Mine! I'll tell you, they're very good. Like, the precise, like, graininess and dottiness on, like, some of the, like the glitter bomb effects. Ah, yes, behold the light, such sublimity. This is Nail. Okay, so just like in 2.0, you do get the Empire, like, dropping in after fighting a Primal. It's happening here as well. Except it's Nail each time this time. Such a wondrous radiance, both magnificent and terrible. Truly the soul can harbour no doubt that this is the light of creation. What is he going on about? Even you must recognise that. Dalamud owes you a great debt, adventurer. Wholly without our prompting, you have now felled primals of both fire and wind. Such ability and devotion commands even mine own respect. Look, it's like the calamity patches follow the 2.0 structure. We go primal, 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 with the Empire watching, and then, yeah. And then in 2.0 it's Ultimate Weapon, and this it's the moon crashing down. Both Allagan inventions. Ha 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 ha. Both Allagan inventions aim to entrap primals as well, actually. You would do well to see reality for what it truly is. Cold, cruel, unforgiving. No words could do justice to the great deeds that I have done, nor the countless hardships I have endured in their doing. It's just a waffle, isn't it? Corpses litter the fields and choke the streets, and still your gods remain silent, utterly indifferent. Such gods are not fit for worship. as they gaze impassively upon our corpses, so let us gaze upon theirs. The gods are dead to us. We have no need of them. Glad we didn't have to go that long with that. So please, by all means, persist. Struggle. Struggle however you see fit. Struggle long, struggle oft. And when you at last tire of struggling, summon up your courage and struggle some more. For with every great act of defiance, another drop of Eorzea's lifeblood shall be given over to the red moon. The crystals, the land, the primals, the power of all shall burn bright and shine down upon this realm a glorious, purifying light. These heathen lands shall be bathed in crimson brilliance. Only then, when the seal is broken, shall I have laboured long to accomplish with meteor come to pass. Nail's just coming along here to monologue at us. Deeds done for the good of all are rarely seen for what they are. Thus am I styled the villain. I have accepted my lot and do what I must, as must you, adventurer. Let your fears and desires spur you to action and struggle for all that you're worth. Sorry, the power of creation thing is an Endwalker reference, or it's a clue. It's not picked up until Endwalker. Really? Okay, I'll try to remember that Nail just mentioned this is the power of creation. Deeds done for the good of all. Yeah, we read that. You will tire of futility, your floundering shall subside, and before long you shall grow still. Only then shall I take your head, lest I do you the dishonour of an unclean cut. Nail isn't even, like, really accompanied by anyone this time. Get in there. Hit him. Holy shit. Did you guys... What music is that? Listen to this music, guys. Ready? What is that? What zone music is that? That's really cool. Is that just what Ul'dah sounded like? Not heard anything like that in the modern game. So here's Reborn. The primals of wind and fire and the Imperial Vanguard too. Your list of vanquished makes for impressive reading. Well thought. Oh, there you go. Remember I mentioned the first time you hear a sentence like this? I guess technically it happened in 1.0. And you keep high company. Archons and Master Engineers, is it? Ha, I should be grateful you found the time to see me. It's cool that we're in the throne in the room here. Of course, the site of the big epic conclusion at the end of 2.0. Would that I had 100 like you. This war would be the better for it. But enough of your praises. I have questions. You're a woman of great ability. Why name yourself adventurer? Why do you wander the realm? Why have you sworn fealty to Ul'dah? Sounds like Ul'dah. So that's just the original Ul'dah music. Damn. Bah, I've no stomach for banter. I've always said you learn more of a person by crossing swords than mincing words. Really? We have a random fight with Reborn in here? And then he smiles at us. A jest. My counsel tells me I must attempt them. They think me too serious. And you? He doesn't joke after the calamity. Bah, bloody, bugger bloody jests. They do not suit me. I wish only to thank you. Ul'dah is grateful for your service. That's alright, Reborn. I'll be here to fight primals for the Grand Company anytime. Fell in the Vanguard sent a message to Eorzeans. It showed we can fight. To the Empire, it showed we will. Not all in Ul'dah are for war with Dalamud. The monetarists were slow to join the cause. But the effects have become real, both the good and bad. Even Teleji Adeleji has now found his mettle. Oh my god, Teleji's getting referenced here as well. I honestly just thought of Teleji as a character that kind of got invented in the 2.x patch series to get offed by the end of it, but no. Those Gil grubbers paid no heed to the Sultana's words. They crawled to the Empire and sought to secure their own safety, but they have forsaken their treasons and now swear themselves to the flames. I will have Telegia continue his talks with Dalamud. The Imperial Vanguard was a godsend in disguise. It showed we're weak. Our fires do not yet burn full. I mean to buy the time we need, and Telegia's tongue will be the coin. How is your history? Do you know of the Eorzean Alliance? The Alliance was forged 10 years ago. It bound Ul'dah, Gridania, Limsa, and even Ishgard as one. The Empire took... And, well, didn't we hear... Sharlayan was in it as well, right? It was the last thing they did before they left? Maybe I'm wrong, actually. The Empire took Alamigo not long after. When they made to stay, Ishgard no longer felt threatened. It was then that they disbanded from the Alliance. With that, all hope of creating a unified army was lost. But the dangers have returned, and so the unified army must be made. Only then can forces be sent where needed, when needed. This is why I summoned you. Many look up to you. I would make you a bannerman of the Alliance, a symbol to draw more to its cause. This is cool. It just hit me there. It just hit me that, like, holy shit, this is it. That this is the Alliance. We're going to Careless soon. It's weird to be on this side of the conversation, you know. I've spent so long talking about and thinking about this game as Careless is a thing of history, but we're moving to Careless in a minute. It's a weird moment. I'm no fool. I know not every flame can burn as bright as you. Even so, a single flame cannot drive away this darkness. A fire, as that of the hells, must be kindled. Oh, look, I like how the little pot is steaming there. And the fumes themselves look gold. But all fire starts from a single flame. Be that flame. Incite my men to roaring frenzy. A conflagration to engulf all the Empire. What say you, Second Lieutenant? Will you take to battle as my champion, as Eorzea's champion? Champion the cause? Yeah, I'm so curious what happens if you say no to all these. Good, battle is ever near. And for that, give thanks. More fuel to our flames. And we can imagine if we had done the Limsa one, it would have been, you know, an equivalent storyline there. So there you have it. That's the end of that one. Oh. There's two more, guys. This next one's called To Kill a Raven. And the last one is listed Side Quest. So, to be honest, this is kind of it. Oh, it's 17 minutes. All right, this is it then, right? All right, here we go, guys. 17 minutes. It's funny, Louis Soir has appeared in, like, one scene. There's Dalamud. We're in Careless. Chocobo! Somebody on a Chocobo! It's good to see that. Yeah, I wonder if they give the warning. Set aside sufficient time to view this cutscene. So, this is starting in Careless, but the Ishgardians don't come. So, hold on, yeah, look, we got 3 Chocobos, each with the banner of the Grand Companies, right? So that's the idea. This is it. We've talked about this so much, like this is a great army, all this warring, but yeah, it's a line of like 9 NPCs. This must include the Rivenroad stuff, right? Oh, shit. Oh yeah, I think there's this big thing, right, of like, there are these chunks that... Here you go, this is the Rivenroad. This is it here. This is the trial. So there's these chunks that come off of Dalamud, right? They look like these swords that get dislodged and fly out. And it's weird because the Endwalker, like, login screen and the Endwalker logo is the moon, not Dalamud, the actual moon, with one of those things in it. And I've been curious about, genuinely, for 2 years now, I've been really curious about what the hell that is. What are those sword things? Well, so the Rivenroad's way up in the sky. Here you go, this is where we were standing at the start of this episode. nails there. O benevolent moon of purification, that thou should choose me, thy humble servant, as the beacon to guide thy coming. Mine entire being shivers with boundless bliss. The hour of cleansing is at hand. Make complete thy descent and purge this land of its taint. Oh my god, look at it. Again, it would probably be... I'll tell you this. As soon as I finish this, I'm going to go to YouTube and watch someone fighting Nail. I'd love to see what the fight looked like, the Rivenroad fight. So, Nail just kind of ran around the world monologuing. Very similar to Gaius. It's a bit like the Star Shower, I guess, right? It's funny, that bird sound almost sounded a bit like it was the Chocobo. What in the world was that explosion? And what in the seven hells is that floating mass of land? That beam of light, unless I've lost my wits, it's the self-same one seen as that Castrum Novum. Take word of this back to Gridania without delay. I shall remain here to keep watch. Oh my god, that's how the Chocobos sound. That was awesome. Why did I try and do an impression of that? Well, here we are at Gridania. There's an airship waiting for us. It's not the first Chocobo, no. There was one in the cutscenes earlier that I just called attention to. But even in, like, yesterday's episode, there was a Chocobo at Limsa. Sid says, I don't know what path brought you here. Nor do I know what you're going through your mind when you face Vandarnus. But this much is plain. You fight for a far nobler cause than I. Yeah. I'm paying a sub fee and I want to get my value. I, Sid Garland, the Craven who fled Eorzea after helping to annihilate the people of Bosja Citadel. That's how he describes himself. Wow. This poor guy is going to lose all of his memory soon as well, right? It's funny to think we'll be on this exact landing with Alphino after everyone gets slaughtered at the Waking Sands. This airship may well carry you to your death. Knowing this, do you still wish to board it? I'm aware that many and more have pinned all their hopes on you, but it is your life and your choice. Oh my god, let us fly to infinity and beyond? We're Buzz Lightyear all of a sudden? Or I ... can't go through with it. To infinity and beyond! He looks too young here, or no, he's too old in 2.0, yeah, it's weird. The grey hair and the grey beard, but on an otherwise young person, it's just very odd, isn't it? I had a feeling that would be your answer. I need to make some final adjustments aboard the ship before we depart. Well, I see to them, I suggest you assemble your force. So that's my party, right, of like 8 players, because it is a trial, it is difficult or whatever. So I guess we get there from here, from the Gridanian airship place. Lose his memory and grow a beard, a horrible destiny. Come on, the White Raven awaits us on high. It's time to knock that bastard off his perch once and for all. 12 minutes to go, guys. I wonder within that 12 minutes if the CGI cutscene is there. You know, basically the intro. Dun, 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 dun. Finally, Sid on an airship. We haven't seen this yet, right? Even though classically in the anthology, Sid on airships is what it's all about. There's still no chairs there, aren't there? I didn't see. It's actually, you know that crazy cutscene in 2.0 where he has the big flashback and he suddenly remembers and so on and so on? That's right after you take off from here, right? His memory gets jogged or whatever? Am I wrong about that? That's a lovely parallel. I wonder if they did that deliberately. The skies look nice. Look, that's very heavy bloom there, don't get me wrong, but I think it's alright there. This is gorgeous too. Look at this place. So, what with the trial? Did they fight on all the little islands, or was it just... There it is. Ready to finish this. Come on, Podley. Haha, that's the spirit. So what is Nail doing here, though, right now? Like, just drawing the moon down, right? He's got his arms outstretched. He's got a beam of light. I guess this is a minor spoiler. This is an Azizlar type place, like an Allagan sort of floating installation of some sort. I mean, it's clearly Allagan. Look at all the shit around. Well, okay, look. The eyes are completely mad here. Very low bow. And a giggle. Behold! Base creatures have come to offer thee tribute. Hark not to their honeyed words, fawning knaves, for I, thy most loyal servant, shall give thee all that thou craves. By the way, Urianger's had the one line. I don't understand that Urianger bit in the game earlier. It was I who raised thee for this stout sanctuary, using the wisdom of ancient Allag and the offering of mine own frail flesh. O guiding light, doubt not my devotion, nor yet my testimony. Thy servants exist only to serve and honor thee. Naught would give us greater joy than to bathe in thy cleansing crimson light. These lines all would be good if they were much more sparse. You got to use this kind of language sparingly, you know, and to really punctuate, accentuate a cool moment. If you do it too much, it just becomes empty. To know such bliss, we would gladly die 1,000 deaths, 1,000,000. Who understands Urianger? I feel like Nail would. The presence of these wretched creatures proves the truth of my words. Of their own free will, they have come to offer thee a tribute of their lifeblood. See, they both use thee and thou. It's totally the same thing. And I, first among thy servants, shall be honoured to attend to their sacrifice. I shall rend their bodies asunder and adorn thy sanctuary with their flesh and bones. Do you know what? I was just thinking how anime this is, and it nearly made me say out loud, and their anime and bones. Come, beasts, rejoice. I love that he's essentially a lancer. For by your death shall your lives find purpose in bringing glory to our Lord and Master. I should have called this episode The Nail Monologues. Okay, I believe that was the fight that just happened there, and now he's recoiled. I don't know if there's multiple phases with cutscenes punctuating each one. That I should be bested by mere beasts. So the whole fight happened on this little area here. Preposterous. Oh, how I grieve for this world. This world is beset by fools. And that the worst of them should hail from mine own land. Gaius Van Baelsar, the Emperor, his beloved subjects, fools one and all. Look at that. Nail talking about Gaius for a second there. See, because the game here is, what was it they explained? They explained that as soon as the plan was to just destroy all of Eorzea, those two, Gaius and the Emperor, said, no, we don't want to do that. We want to rule Eorzea. We don't want to destroy it. We want to rule it. So they said no. And it's funny, like, I wonder how much of that I would have got if I was actually playing 1.0 here in dialogue that was in world rather than in cutscenes. Blindly, they struggle to exterminate the primals in the name of conquest. Yet what worth is there in a realm bereft of the crystal's light? What is he talking about here? When he talks about the crystal there, is he talking about Hydaelyn? Because they've not really talked about Hydaelyn in any way in all of 1.0 as far as I've seen. And he said something like this before as well. What's he talking about? The power of creation and divine light? What has become of Garlean pride that we must scavenge the leavings of false gods? This land is fit for one thing, purification. And for that, I would gladly offer up both body and soul. O mighty Dalamud, red moon of destruction, grant unto me thy power, that I might carry out thy will. Oh god, so he gets fully tempered here now? Is this the moment he gets tempered? Ah, yes! Yes! The power it courses through my being. I am... Oh shit, this is cool. The hour is come. Receive of me the gift of purity. This is a bit Innocence-esque, isn't it? Oh, and here we get this song. And then that would have been another fight. So there would have been another fight there. Big phase with the crazy music. And listen, the next episode of this playlist, guys, I think you'll quite enjoy some of the callbacks to this stuff. Yeah, the wings, exactly. Yeah, that was what I meant, yeah. No real voice acting in any of this. Whoa, what a death. Crazy. That's a good shot there as well, isn't it? So we defeat him, but of course that's not going to be good enough, right? Because... sorry to pause in a cool action sequence here, but what's currently going on in my mind, right, is for you as a player of 1.0, right, they're gonna bring the servers down, and I know that the moon kept getting closer and closer and closer, and they slowly built a story out of it. And I know that when the actual servers went down, you could stand there. People were like standing in the open world, just staring at the sky, and then it cut to the cutscene. It just like loaded the cutscene. So for the very final moments, people weren't like in a boss fight or something. It wasn't like synced. It wasn't like a credit screen. Like it just went off. You had to be logged in the world when it happened. So with all that in mind, that means that as far as actual playable story, the playable story must end before those final moments, and the cutscenes and everything must end before those final moments, which is what this must have been. They must have given you a boss fight maybe a week or so before it ended. You could play this, and then. So what are we going to see here? We're not actually going to see the moon crash in this cutscene, surely. That's what I'm wondering as this goes through. Well, are you coming or what? Didn't they spawn a bunch of mobs? Yeah, I think they did, yeah. Come on, Sid, save me! Oh, nice. Corey says, I've sent you a link to the fight. The dialogue's in French, but it looks pretty high quality. That's awesome. Thank you. Oh, that's so cool, and it falls. Is it possible you can see where this fell? Are these some of the corrupted crystals you find in ARR? Oh, weird. We get the main theme. What mobs were they? Garlean soldiers or Bahamut spawns? Yeah, I think the idea is they were things that were falling off the moon, or some of these, like, meteors that came off the moon had monsters on it or something. So look, all these characters, like, they're cutting to them like they're characters and they've had a lot of content around them. Uriange's in the crowd there as well. Makote so short. Can I just say, how weird is this, right? It's a stair, it's, I've probably rewound too far. You've got a row of people facing the left and a row of people facing the right. They're all facing in, right? They're flanking us as we walk down the path, right? See, all these people on this side are facing in, except look at Sid. Sid is just random. Look at this, look. He's facing in, but Fid's, why is Sid facing in that direction? Maybe a weird thing to notice there, but look, I mean, even Papalima, everyone's facing that way, but not Sid. I guess they just messed up his posing, maybe. Well done, Second Lieutenant. I couldn't have done it better myself. I suppose Reborn's the one speaking to us, because this is the Immortal Flames bit, but probably if you did the others might speak. Now take a good look around, mark the faces, the jubilation, and then remember, all who call Eorzea home owe you their lives. So we get a victory, but not really, because we didn't really save anything or anyone. But they give you a little victory fanfare. And I think this is interesting for me to see as well, actually. Like, I was wondering how they'd do this. There is 1 minute 40 left on the runtime here, guys. Wonder if they'll do like a rug pull or something where, uh-oh, suddenly the moon or something. No Minfilia in this scene. Or anyone from the path. Oh, post credits. Well, sort of. Stinger, let's just call it that. Do we look to the sky and see it ominous or something up there? Oh no, it's just a quiet, humble little goodbye. It's us and Sid walking away. That's the very end. Oof, Jesus. Well, there you go, guys. That's it. So there's one more file. This is listed as a side quest. It's called Living on a Prayer. Oh, it's quite long. It's 16 minutes. Let's see what this is then, I guess. Oh, Louis Soir's here. Side quest my ass. My dear. Oh. Okay, I think I know why it's called a side quest. It's not a side quest as in it's missable or whatever. It's that this is no longer technically a part of the Grand Company story. I think the Grand Company story is over. This is one final unified quest that everyone would do regardless of what was happening for your Grand Company that you picked. This is the final quest, I guess. Right, so 16... This is 16 minutes. This will be the moon falling, I guess. The Grand Company has you kill Nail, and this is the end. My dear, it does my spirit well to see you again, and none the worse for your encounter with Nail Vandarnus. When you accompanied Master Garland to the Floating Isle, you could not have known what awaited you there, nor whether you'd ever return, yet thither you went to spare Eorzea her doom. Your triumph should rightly have marked the end of this tale. Alas, the fates are not so kind. Though it grieves me to say the words, the red moon of Allag continues its descent. So he's become like an NPC that we can speak to. I would have thought we'd find him in the Waking Sands, but no, I guess he's just out here in Gridania. Following Nail's defeat, we of the Circle of Knowing maintained our vigil over Dalamud. So the Circle of Knowing was Louis Soir's guys, and the Path was Minfilia's, and they combined together to make the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, I guess. It took us but little time to deduce that all was not as it should be, and rather longer to confirm our findings beyond a doubt. So I guess a few weeks IRL, or months, maybe even, have passed real time between the conclusion stuff we saw a minute ago and this now. Did the blow that felled the White Raven come too late? Or is there another force that works to bring down Dalamud? Whatever the answer may be, one thing is plain. The threat of the 7th Umbral Era yet looms nigh. No man living could doubt your worth. Eorzea has peered over the precipice countless times, yet ever were you there to draw her back from the brink. Now you must needs do so again. Heed me well, for I would entrust you with one final mission. I would have you become the beacon to summon forth the 12. I, the guardian deities of Eorzea. What the hell? We're the beacon? I thought Louis Soir did this. Oh, this is good stuff. I thought he did it with his staff. Tup Samati, right, can draw the Aether out of the land itself. Nofika, the matron. Ul'dah, the keeper. Bragot, the builder. Rolga, the destroyer. Nofika, the matron. Ul'dah, the keeper. Bragot, Azima, the warden. Nolthal, the traders. Halone, the fury. Menfina, the lover. Oshon, the wanderer. Lamellan, the navigator. Nymea, the spinner. And Thaliak, the scholar. Patron deity of mine own Sharlayan. Oh, Sharlayans love Thaliak, do they? Faith in the 12 is strong in this land. By channeling that faith through prayer, we should be able to call upon their aid. Alas, see, even Nail was saying, why aren't you doing this? Alas, we cannot simply pray wheresoever we please. We must needs present ourselves before the gods. are the places where they lie in slumber. See, I'm always curious. What's the difference between a god and a primal, right? Or these gods and primals. Mayhap you, because they all want crystals, right? They all want aether. Gorge upon the aether, as Gaia says. Mayhap you're aware that the divine symbols have manifested across the land in recent days? Well, it was by mine own hand that they did so. Ah, there you go. That's the praying stone things that I was talking about. Graven upon ancient stone, these symbols are temporal representations of the 12. It's before these stones that we must entreat their succor via a ritual. So, I guess we got a quest to go visit them all? I'd have you embark on a pilgrimage to each of the locations and give fervent prayer. A prayer for Eorzea's salvation. There you go, that's one of them. And in doing so, the gods shall awaken to lend us their aid. Will you do this thing? Oh look, and we get the collect quest thing. I kind of want to pause that and read that. Hold on. Speaking with Louis Soir at Apcalus Falls, you are shocked to learn that, in spite of Nael Vandarnis' demise, Dalamud remains on its collision course with Eorzea. In order to prevent the Seventh Era from coming to pass, the Archon bids you embark on a pilgrimage to rouse the 12 from their slumber. Divine symbols, temporal representations of the gods graven in stone, he's scattered across the land. You're to seek them out and, at each location, give fervent prayer for salvation, for Eorzea's salvation. To beseech to them, target it, and then pray with the pray emote. The client for this quest is Louis Soir. The light of hope shines brilliantly within you. No matter how deep their slumber, the gods will surely stir in the presence of such light. If you lend me your map, I shall mark thereupon the places you must go. I guess from the dev's perspective, this is a nice way of doing like a world tour, you know, being like, okay, look, it's all going away. Let's go explore one last time, you know. The pilgrimage will take you to the farthest reaches of the land. Steel yourself for a grueling journey and pray exercise the utmost caution. And it's 1.0, so they really do mean it's a journey, you know. It's not double-clicking your teleport to a friend. Which I do in a certain other game constantly now. So I suppose we're just going to see a bunch of little snippets of us praying at each of these stones. Ah, if it isn't young Cassia. Oh, it's these two. Hello. Ida and Papalimo. I want to get a really good look at Ida here, by the way. In all of these cutscenes, I've been like trying to look really closely for certain reasons. If you're going on the pilgrimage, you're going on the pilgrimage, aren't you? Louis Soir told us all about it. For the love of Thaliak, Ida, keep your voice down. Like the tattoos, maybe, or the hair, I don't know. Maybe there's nothing to see. I'm so glad you've decided to save the world again. It's a real weight off my mind, I can tell you. Ahem, you have my thanks also. Truth be told, I had feared you would be reluctant to help. Summoning deities requires an ungodly amount of aether, after all. And having manifested, sustaining even a single deity's corporeal form costs the land dearly, as you've seen for yourself. And yet here we are, seeking to summon no fewer than 12 of them. They're going to set up a mystery here, I think, that the raid answers. So this is where it's really going to connect into the next few episodes and back to 2.0. Channeling even a tiny portion of a deity's strength will tax you greatly. Oh, we read that. Fortunately, no more than should be needed to stay the Red Moon's advance. At the very least, it should be sufficient to nullify Dalamud's power and ensure Eorzea's preservation. This is quite cool, because everyone playing this will have known that this ain't going to work out, right? Everyone knew about the plan for 2.0 at this point. So it's funny to see everyone in-game being optimistic when you know for the first time they shouldn't be. It's a fun little twist. For an added blessing, the process should see some aether return to the land. Aether that Dalamud... Aether that Dalamud had absorbed from the primals. Well, that's good as well, then, yeah. There is yet a future for Eorzea. I, for one, believe this to be true. You are of mind with me, I trust? Absolutely. Well, without further ado, let us set to work. May the 12 keep you. I like the way he waddled there. So long. Be safe. Thanks, guys. This place looks cool wherever it is. The table, the cave back there. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, says Edith. When you're off summoning the 12, don't forget to visit all 13 places, alright? Yeah, I was a bit puzzled about that myself, but then I realised Noldthal has 2 aspects. So anyway, you heard it from me first. Oh, that's nice. I was thinking 13? What's the 13th? It should be 14. It's FF14, right? There's the 14 shot. Well, we'll talk about that later, I guess. Oh, cool. So we're literally going to go. So this is the place we were at earlier, right? The Thaumaturgist Guild or whatever. The raid does explain this part of the story, if you remember correctly. Yeah, on the note of on the topic of the raid, guys. Obviously, you can't matchmake into it at all. So I don't know if we've got enough people. I would love to do it, but it really depends on who's here. So if you guys can actually get in and play tomorrow, it would be absolutely amazing. If not, I'll have to do it unsynced. So we'll see. That'll be the last group content. I feel like the other group content all went really well and we always had lots of people, but we were also in the thick of a long series. Here, we've had a few days off, and now we've been doing 1.0. But yeah, I'll try to light up a signal flare as best I can. And we'll hopefully get a whole party for it. These eyes will not be fooled. Something weighs heavily on your mind, says Thancred. This music's very different as well, isn't it? Listen to this. If I were to hazard a guess, the prospect of entreating the succor of the self-same beings you once slew seems less than attractive. Hell, I'll not deny it's ironic. Well, well, we didn't slay the gods. Is he just saying, look, you've been fighting primals and now you're thinking of kind of doing it? As you well know, Aether is the source of all life. Bereft of its blessing, Eorzea would be naught but a dried up husk of a realm. Now listen to this song, guys. But by whatever name they're called, gods drink the land's Aether for their sustenance. 12 are no different. Summoning them would be tantamount to bleeding the life out of the land, yet without their aid, Eorzea is most assuredly doomed. Dalamud will fall and the land will die. Even should Aether still flow, life may never again blossom here. We cannot allow that to come to pass. Even as we move to stay Dalamud's descent, ever we must be mindful of the toll our actions take upon Eorzea's longevity. We spare the present at a cost to the future. The thing is, right, these kinds of things need prayer and crystals, right? If everyone dies due to the loss of life force or whatever, they're not praying anymore, so it's a self-correcting issue, isn't it? I mean, very damaging, but ultimately self-correcting. It will be no easy thing, this balancing act. Yet we must see it through to the bitter end, no matter the hardship. Take heart, my friend, for all will be well. Victory will surely smile upon us. Whence comes my confidence, you ask? It comes from you. Yours is the fire of hope that will light our darkest hour. I guess we'll probably get a scene with Y'shtola as well at Limsa, right? Probably? See you later, Thancred. Oh, he did the Gary thing. That's what Gary does when he says goodbye. And they have a horrible moment in Diamond and Pearl where Paul does it, and you just see, not Paul, Trip in Series 5, I think. And it's just so annoying to me, because it's like, you just sort of killed the character and demonstrated you're just coasting along based on formulas. I receive word that the Sharlians have resumed their meddling. Oh my god, it's Gaius! I receive word that the Sharlians have resumed their meddling, because Louis Suar's Sharlian, right? Gaius is here at one of these fucking things? Not to fight, I suppose. Just to chat. One last time. Yeah, Trip... Well, no, Trip is not... Trip is just a generic fucking... He's so badly written. You could call him a clone of Paul. He also changes halfway through the season. Anyway, this isn't the time for that. And who should I find here but you, my old friend from the flames? Were I the one to believe in such folly, I would say that our fates are entwined. Is this his theme? Ah, but allow me to congratulate you on bringing down the White Raven. When word reached me, I struggled to stifle... This is cool, we hear him talking about him. I struggled to stifle a cheer. But what now, pray tell? Nail Vandarnus was as a god to his minions. In their blind faith, the fools have convinced themselves that the man yet lives. Does Nail live? Surely not. Bent on finding their beloved legatus, soldiers of the 7th have entrenched themselves at the heart of Eorzea. What does that mean? They have gone so far as to send false intelligence to Dalamud, declaring Meteor a success. Is it false intelligence? And Vandarnus is a hero. Suffice it to say, your leaders shall not long suffer the Legion's presence. A clash between the Eorzean Alliance and the 7th is inevitable. Yet know that even as they struggle, the Red Moon of Aleg shall come and lay this land to waste. And the White Raven shall realize his twisted ambition from beyond the grave. It falls to you to prevent that from happening, old friend. So be sure to fight with all your strength. See, guys, it's cool. Look, he's fighting for Eorzea to be safe. Because he wants to rule it, but still. There you go. And leave me something worth conquering. And off he goes with his gunblade. Off to ultimately die at Praetorium, right, guys? I shall enjoy watching the drama unfold from my vantage point on high, and when all is said and done, Dalamud's mighty standard shall rise in every corner of the realm. Live, adventurer, and we may well meet again. I take my leave of you. Dekar says, isn't Coils Synced more difficult than Extreme Trials? More like Savage? Yeah, I think that's the reason it's not in the Matchmaker. It's a little bit more difficult. 2 years ago, I did it like min-eye level and all that, and it was really hard. So I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't go that far. I've already got content on it anyway. So if you guys want to watch me doing that, then you can watch me doing that. But just like regular synced is not that crazy. It kind of was that hard, but don't forget there's a lot of power creep as well for regular sync. So we'll just see how it goes. Where are we now? We're at Limsa. There's one of them at Limsa, I guess. It's Ishtola! Greetings. Are you relishing this part, the part of a pilgrim? The stench of Ceruleum hangs upon your garments. Unless I'm mistaken, you've recently crossed paths with the Empire. It's true. I'll tell you all about it. Gaius Van Baelsar of the 14th Imperial Legion? I had thought the man long withdrawn to Alamigo. The Black Wolf has cooperated with us in the past, so determined was he to thwart the White Raven, but for him to divulge the 7th's position is unexpected. See, I feel like we missed that as well. When did he cooperate with us? We didn't see that in just the cutscenes, did we? The heart of Eorzea, this could only refer to Mordona, the place of convergence for Aether. Now remember, when we beat 2.0 and we saw the credits and the Coils of Bahamut teaser happened, that was there at Mordona. By our reckoning, Dalamud will fall in the region's southeast. Hence, it is there that we must channel the power of the 12. Louis Soir himself said as much. So I see. So the great battle at Careless, the massive battle with all the Empire and everything, they didn't even have a leader anymore. Nail was dead. And the reason that anyone knew where to go to fight them off was because of Gaius? That's so cool. I didn't know that detail in the story. Anticipating our plan, Vandarnis would have positioned his forces in the self-same location. The pieces certainly fit. See there, they're explicitly saying Vandarnis, Nail Vandarnis is male. His position, his forces. And then there are Van Baelsar's parting words. It is plain that he still hopes to deliver Eorzea into the hands of the Emperor. He is, and as he has ever been, a sworn enemy of the realm. Ordinarily, I would no more trust the Black Wolf than I would his namesake. Yet he is the lesser of two evils, and given what the Red Moon would make of the Emperor's prize, namely Ash, we have no reason to dismiss his testimony. Very well, I shall relate the details of your exchange to the Alliance leadership. As for you, stay the course, and do what must needs be done. Waken the 12. Let all of Eorzea bask in their radiance. So, we, like, wake them up in this quest, and then Louis Soir actually summons them. Is that the dealio? That statue was quite nice, by the way. It was another, like, white raven, right? Kind of. Or a dove, I guess it was more likely. Oh, wow, look, Urianger and Louis Soir together. This is good, because in 2.0, Urianger talks about Louis Soir a lot. We're down to the last 3 minutes, guys. And actually, there's not even, like, another file now. I mean, this is truly... I wonder if this is the last one and they're here to say thank you to... Oh, look, Tube Samati with the thing. Now, remember, the staff is, like, powerful, but it's the thing on the staff that is really strong. Holy shit, and he's getting all the power out of all this aether. Look at this thing! Look at all the aether crystals here! Is this beneath Mordona? Where are we? The light of hope waxeth ever more bright. Ah, I feel it. There can be no doubt. The gods are stirring. Your presence is a boon to the realm. Thanks to you, we may yet prevail. All that remains now is for those who abide in Eorzea to join as one in prayer. In so doing, the gods will surely descend. Master, forgive me mine impertinence, but the 7th Legion yet stands betwixt us and our objective. Gods forbid I forget that detail, Urianger. Aye, we must needs secure suitable grounds for the summoning, though it mean throwing the entire might of the Alliance against the Empire. Hereafter I make ready to receive Dalamud, during which time Thancred and the others shall go forth to marshal the will of all who abide in this land. By the grace of the 12, let us deliver Eorzea from her doom and usher in a new era of peace and prosperity. Does Louis Soir know what's about to go down? Dire though they seem upon first hearing, the words of Messiah, Thousand Eyes, are, in sooth, a promise of salvation. So this is in reference to the cryptic cutscene with him before. Yet whence that salvation would come, no man can say. Now, only now, as the shadow of Dalamud loometh large, doth the truth wax plain to sight. So, is it like the start of the patch series, they give us this cryptic comment, and then over the weeks and months as they roll out, players are left to wonder about them, and now apparently, like, the meaning of it is revealed. Valiant blades of which the 7th verse spoke. Betoken none other than... Oh, God, I knew I was too late pausing it there. You click so quick, I only get to read one sentence. Betoken none other than thee and thy fellow adventurers. We're the Valiant Blades. We're the warriors of light that appear before a calamity, right? Though heavens spew crimson flame, and hells seep black dooms, by thy hand shall Eorzeus look upon a new dawn. A realm reborn! Oh my god, a realm reborn should be the last line of 1.0. In fact, you know how normally at the end of one of these campaigns, the final quest is titled, the subtitle of the thing. So the final quest of Heavensward is called Heavensward, right? The final quest of A Realm Reborn was A Realm Reborn, the Stormblood, the Endwalker, so on. What would they have called this one? Because there is no subtitle. Just Final Fantasy XIV? Uriage speaks true. Like him, I harbour no fear for the preservation of Eorzea. And remember, if you are a 1.0 character, you don't die here. Louis Soir teleports you into the new world. Your presence alone serves as ample reassurance. But Louis Soir himself is, of course, doomed. Ever since you blazed the path, a guiding light for men to follow. Ever have you blazed a path? Where men go as one, there is life, and where there is life, there is cause to hope. If I can but see you to a new future, I should want for nothing more. A new future. As my brethren and I prepare for the hour of reckoning, I would have you slay the monstrosity that has spawned amidst the chaos. Oh, so there is a monster to fight. Is this just the random mobs that spawned around the world? Guys, it's 28 seconds left. This is it. So stand around in the open world fighting monsters and watch. The moon comes down and then you get the cutscene. Having done so, take your place at the summoning grounds, the southeastern expanse of Mordona, and prepare to repel the 7th Imperial Legion. Go well, the blessing of the 12 be upon you. And he walks off and that's it, guys. Oh my god. So the battle is set, the stage is set for all of that. You know what we got to do now, right? You know what we have to do. And hopefully this doesn't bug or break anything. If the stream suddenly ends, it's not my fault. Okay, no, we're still going. Good. Right, let me boot this. Let me load this. Hold on 1 second. Come on, Steam, turn on. Come on. Come on now. Nice and quickly. I don't know why you're being so slow. You're not normally this slow. Let's blame it on the autumn sale. Okay, and my launch is being slow. There we go. I might have accidentally launched the game twice there. Wait for the program to respond. Let reshade load. I did load the game twice. Because of course. And this second one is dying. Hang in there, guys. It's just me and you and a black screen. Oh, F4. Come on, what the hell? Close! This is what my impatience gets me. My impatience gets me. Will you hurry up and close? For the love of God! Alright, I'm going to kill the process then in the task manager. Could not create backup. Yeah, no fucking surprise you can create a backup. I don't want you to create one in the first place. End task. Go away. Okay, alright. And now we can turn this on. And turn this on. And this on. And this on. Capture specific window. This. Hang in there, guys. Aha! See, look, that weird thing on the moon. But that's not what I want to draw your attention to here. Oh, and then we want to capture... this... this. Wait, no, not that. Oh god, we're watching the cutscene. I don't want to watch the Endwalker cutscene right now. There we go. Application audio. There. This. Yes, thank you. Okay. Why are you not capturing it though? Is it because? Oh god. Oh, this is not. Well, oh, hold on. Is it just because I have it muted? This is why. This is the importance of video editing that you're seeing here. What is going on? Seriously. Oh, you guys can hear it. It's just me that can't hear it. Okay, that's good. Alright, finally. Alright. Okay. We're all good, right? Everybody hears this? We're all okay? Okay, so yeah, he leaves. And then this happens. And this is it. This is the end. So there we go. We made it, everybody. Oh, yeah, okay, I fixed it right when I said. So yeah, people were just standing around in the open world, and you can see videos of it online. And this cutscene just cut in, basically. And obviously, whenever they do the CGI, it's very good. Oh, so there you go. That's, so look, what was it? It was like 3 months ago now. I kicked up this project. I started with this very beginning cutscene. There's Ul'dah, of course. More of the meat is crashing. And I have to say, I knew from the very start that this was what I wanted to do. I wanted to cover 2.0, then I wanted to go back to 1.0, and I wanted to get back to this and watch the cutscene again. So we started with this cutscene. And here we are. This is the remains of the 7th Legion. The leaders, of course, of the Grand Companies. The airship, the actual design of that airship that Gaius is on is like the ones we saw in the sky. Sid riding some Magitech there, fighting back against them. So we've worked our way right back to this, guys. And here's us, the hero, the Warrior of Light. Yeah, we've come full circle. Exactly, that's what I wanted. And we have, hopefully, a different appreciation for this. We've seen both sides of the Cartano story now. Kitabake says, are you going to do raid on US or Asia? It's going to be the same as it always was. So, the OCX server. Bismarck, right? Whatever, I can't remember what it was called at the moment. But yeah, it will be the same, so everyone can play. As far as I'm concerned, I need as many people as possible. So if someone's US and someone else is EU. So here's Sid. Shaven Sid, of course. See, what are these things? Right? These are totally in the Endwalker art, right? It's those things. And it's all going wrong, and obviously it's not going to work. Well, it kind of is. Louis Soir has his plan. Ravana. Yeah, so next episode, guys, we're not fully at the end here. There is a conclusion to all of this, an actual epilogue. And just to tease you, so here's Bahamut. There's no actual Bahamut trial or anything. But join me in the coils of Bahamut, where a lot of this stuff will be concluded. Just to tease you, Louis Soir is back in that story. And you might think, how? Doesn't he die or get destroyed doing this with the gods? Well, you'll see. There's also multiple questions about how didn't the world get destroyed here? How did it regenerate? There's another primal, not Bahamut, but another primal beginning with P. I've teased a few times. We'll learn about that there. We'll learn more about the dragons, which is obviously Heavensward related. What the Allagans actually did is all very coherent and very well set up, the coil stuff. And as a final tease for you, that storyline also includes one other outstanding mystery throughout this entire series. If you've just watched both playlists together, my 2.01 and my 1.01, there was a character at the start of 1.0 that we haven't seen forever. They were alluded to after the bloody banquet. It's Alice. Alice is in this story. So you will finally see Alice. And that is, that's the last little... There's Louis Soir casting his shit. Defending us. Summoning the gods. So, the conclusion to this, really, the sequel to 1.0, is the Coils of Bahamut. Oh, look, they're standing at the stones! Oh, shit, they're actually at the rooms! Look, this is where we were in-game! I didn't realise that! That's so cool! Thancred was in the room, Y'shtola was at that place in Limsa. I'll tell you what, man, it's so easy. There's so many things in these CGI cutscenes, it's easy to just, like, think, oh, that doesn't mean much or whatever. The 12 gods there with their symbols. And there is the Rivenroad as well. There is a hint about that as well. Here's Louis Soir saving us. Oh, and there's this Charlene tattoo on his neck as well. So yeah, the question is, what the hell? How did he save the world here? How did this happen? How did it become ARR? That will be answered in Coils. Thank you very much for watching, guys. We've obviously seen this bit many times. So join me next time for Coils, which is the end of the project. It's been a long road, but we will be there, and then when we return, it will be Heaven's Ward, and the game quality is like way up. It's really enjoyable from the Heaven's Ward on, like very, very enjoyable. So thank you guys again. A really big special thank you to everyone in chat for keeping me company through this. People dropping comments. See, look, it's Y'shtola. It's everybody 5 years later. Ah. Thanks again to Casey for the help with the website and the videos there. Good job to Slerp and everyone last year who was helping build the private server. To John Smith today who did a donation at much earlier today. Dude, the fucking Odin thing, man. I think it's something about the fact that the music kicks in right when Odin comes on screen. Dude, this would have been... It's weird, right? Because this is all very exciting. I know how good FF14 becomes as a game, right? Look, the Crystal Tower back there. I know how great this all is, so I get this cool, like, warm buzz in my chest, like with this. But if you were actually a player back then, I wonder how excited you would be by this, because trust would have been so low, you know? And here we are, teleporting back in. It would have been really weird, right? It would have been like, you would have been watching this thinking, taking it with a grain of salt or whatever. But it's like they have earned it, I think, at this point, you know? This is why, like, when you look at, like, the fan fest at the end of Endwalker, people breaking down in tears and giving, like, a standing ovation to Yoshi P and stuff, you can sort of see, you know, they're trying to correct the shabby launch, right? And it feels like they finally got there and earned everyone's respect back with... I mean, even before Endwalker, Shadowbringers, let's be real. I think the second I got to Amarot, I knew, oh, this is a real product here. This is great. And that thing about Amarot with the music and the ticking. Anyway, that's all vaguely spoilery stuff. Hey, Rocker. Cheers. You didn't get to watch as much as you wanted, but you hope it was fun. It was fun. It was a cool look, for sure. Did I ever see Odin in 16? No, I didn't. I didn't. There you go, guys. And obviously all the crystals are all over the landscape now and stuff. So there you go. Thank you very much for watching, guys. Join me next time for the epilogue of 1.0, the Binding Coils of Bahamut. To anyone watching this either live or in the VOD, please do feel free to join in next time. We'll need a party of 8 people to be able to play it if we can. It'll be awesome. But even if I have to do it unsynced, you know, we'll get the story. I'll be back with Alizé next time.